Ladies and gentlemen, I would kindly invite you to take your seats. Good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the 30th anniversary conference of the OEC High Commissioner on National Minorities. I am truly honored to see such a high turnout today when we gather to mark this important milestone. The anniversary conference will start in a few moments, and before giving the floor to our distinguished speakers, I would like to inform you that this event will be live streamed. Now, with your kind permission, I would like to invite to the podium the High Commissioner on National Minorities, Ambassador Kairat Abdrakhmanov, to open the event. Ambassador.
Good morning, very good morning to all my friends, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. I would like to warmly welcome all of you to this event marking the 30th anniversary of the opening of the office of the OEC High Commissioner on National Minorities in 1993. First and foremost, let me express my sincere appreciation to the authorities of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, notably the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, for participating in this event and for supporting and hosting High Commissioner's mandate throughout those 30 years. I'm also delighted to welcome OEC Secretary General Helga Schmidt, who will join us later due to the late arrival of her flight to Amsterdam, as well as the permanent representatives of the OEC participating states, those who arrived from Vienna. My greetings also to our dear colleagues from the other OEC institutions, the Office for Democratic Institutions and Human Rights, the representative on freedom of the media, and the Parliamentary Assembly of the OEC, together with representatives of the diplomatic corps here in the Netherlands. Thank you for joining us today. Given the historic nature of today's event for our institution, let me extend an especially warm welcome to former High Commissioners, those who are occupying today the seats in front of you, Honorable Knut Wollebeck, Astrid Thors, Lamberto Zanier, as well as one of the former OEC Secretary Generals, Marc Perrin-de-Brochambaut, the judge. And thank you all for joining us in order to reflect on your work. I'd like also to use this moment to pay tribute to the first High Commissioner, the Honorable Max van der Stoel, whose memory and spirit are with us today as we reflect on his enduring legacy. May I also welcome our keynote speaker, UN Assistant Secretary General for Human Rights, Ilse Brandt-Keris, who has traveled all the way from New York in spite of such a busy schedule, as you understand, of our distinguished colleagues at the UN headquarters there to be with us here today. Other distinguished guests who traveled far to join us for this special occasion include my dear friend, Desiree Cormier-Smith, Special Representative for Racial Equity and Justice of the United States State Department, as well as Minister of State from the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Trade of Hungary, also my dear friend Peter Starai. A warm welcome to both of you, our distinguished high-level guests. Let me begin this anniversary event by noting that today is also the United Nations Day, marking the beginning of what is now the cornerstone of international order. The 30th anniversary of HCNM and the United Nations Day provide an opportunity to reflect on our common agenda and to reinvigorate our efforts to strengthen and protect the purposes and principles found in both the United Nations Charter and OEC commitments. With the creation of the United Nations in 1945 and creation of HCNM in July 1992, the objective was to prevent conflict. Conflict prevention was prominently included in the very first sentence of the UN Charter. However, in our reflections today, it's important that we pay close attention to the words used in that provision to describe what is also central for the mandate of the HCNM. The drafters of the United Nations Charter did not simply use the words conflict prevention. They had just experienced 2 world wars, and the effects were still very fresh on their minds. The words they used were much more personal and should be a reminder of the task before us. Their stated objective was as follows: to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, which twice in our lifetime has brought untold sorrow to mankind. Dear friends, we must indeed constantly keep in mind that our task of conflict prevention is to protect future generations from the scourge of war and its sorrow, that is war. This has been the daunting task of each High Commissioner since Max van der Stoel first began his mandate and opened the doors of the HCNM office in 1993, and you will meet today some people who participated in this also solemn occasion. Today we commemorate 30 years of dedicated work by 6 successive High Commissioners and the staff who have supported them. We must also recognize the 30 years of generous support for the HCNM of the government of the Netherlands, which was not only the diplomatic catalyst for the creation of the mandate, but also provided an office in The Hague and served as the host country. In 1993, when the office first opened, there were challenges on all fronts. As the first High Commissioner, Max van der Stoel had to establish his office in a part of the building that is now entirely occupied by the institution and with only a few staff members to assist him. The situation in the OEC region, I remind you, needed his engagement as conflicts loomed on several fronts and had already broken out on others. In a subsequent presentation of an award, Her Majesty Queen Beatrix of the Netherlands said of Max van der Stoel that, I quote, "The demands made of the High Commissioner were high, the resources at his disposal were minimal. Much, if not everything, depended on the character and stature of the office holder and himself and the way in which he managed his limited resources." End of quote. The same is true for each of the High Commissioner that followed my distinguished predecessors. Despite facing demanding situations with limited human and financial resources, each of them has tackled the challenges of the mandate in their own unique way. This is not an easy task. The mandate provides some general guidance, but much is left to the personal discretion of the High Commissioner, and each one has had to interpret the mandate with their own contemporary historical context, and we are going to learn about it later this morning. Preventive diplomacy requires creativity and imagination, and each High Commissioner has cut their own path through untrodden terrain, navigating around conflicts by walking one step at a time. Throughout the journey, the High Commissioner's paths have been illuminated by certain principles. In addition to those found in the OEC commitments, the HCNM is guided by the principles of human rights. Even though the High Commissioner is not an ombudsperson for human rights, there is a close link between them and the chances of ultimately achieving peace. The challenge for the HCNM has been to find the necessary hands-on approach to identify practical solutions in challenging security situations. In these past 30 years, the HCNM has contributed to peace throughout the OSCE region by providing legislative and policy advice, promoting dialogue among the different parties, and initiating programs. In doing so, the institution has accumulated unique expertise, which consecutive High Commissioners have shared through the publication of 10 sets of thematic guidelines and recommendations, and I'm proud to announce that the latest of which on effective participation of national minorities in social and economic life will be presented later today during this event, and I encourage you to stay after our lunch break in order to learn more from these important findings of my office. The topics of these publications demonstrate the evolving engagement of the High Commissioners, beginning with foundation issues such as language, education, and participation in public life, and evolving to address issues such as digital media, as well as including the overarching themes of gender mainstreaming, climate change, and environmental justice. The High Commissioners have not walked alone in this way. In addition to their staff, they have benefited from the support and cooperation of the OSCE participating states, as well as international organizations such as the United Nations, Council of Europe, and many others, including those coming from my part of the world to the east of Vienna. Distinguished colleagues and guests, at this commemoration of 30 years of conflict prevention by the HCNM, it's clear that progress toward peace requires solidarity. Successive High Commissioners have blazed a trail, but they have done so together with the OSCE participating states, persons belonging to national minorities, international organizations, and civil society. As we gather here today to look at the past through the lens of the present in order to shape, as we see the future, the challenge to us all is to remain in solidarity for peace. However, as Max von der Stoel was quick to recognize during his first years as High Commissioner, in order to actually achieve peace, solidarity must transcend from words to actions. Excellencies and colleagues, I wish to reiterate how privileged my team and I today to welcome you to this commemoration of 30 years of the HCNM. We will shortly have an opportunity to hear from all the High Commissioners about the key challenges that defined their mandates and to discuss the latest HCNM, as I said, recommendations. I invite you to be active participants and hope that this dialogue will inspire each of us to further bolster our efforts to the integration of diverse societies and creation opportunities for all, including national minorities. We all deserve to live in peace, and I am very pleased to share this moment with you. I thank you very much for your kind attention. And now, dear friends, I would like to present you with the video address of His Excellency Buyar Osmani, OSCE Chairman in Office and Minister of Foreign Affairs of North Macedonia. Sadly, Minister Osmani, and we understand it, I witnessed it, could not be with us in person today because of his schedule, but we are grateful for his pre-recorded remarks sent especially for this occasion. And also, of course, I take this splendid chance to convey our warmest regards to the North Macedonia's chair of the OSCE in 2023. Please, pre-recorded message of His Excellency Minister Osman.
Dear Ambassador Abdrakhmanov, dear Kairat, Secretary General, dear Helga, Excellencies, colleagues, dear hosts, it's a privilege to address you today on the occasion of the 30th anniversary of the first OSCE High Commissioner on National Minorities, Max van der Stoel, taking up his position. As OSCE Chairman in Office, I am proud of the work and achievements of our executive structures and institutions. But let me talk about the individuals, about Max van der Stoel in the first place. His name resonates in my country, North Macedonia, to this day. Our citizens will always recognize the establishment of the Southeast Europe University in Tetovo as a testament to Max's personal engagement and steadfast belief in multi-ethnicity and multilingual education. Today, the CEU is recognized beyond our borders as a model for multi-ethnic, multilingual higher education, but also as a symbol of the difference that individuals can make with the relevant institutional support. While Max van der Stoel held the position of the High Commissioner on National Minorities, a key role within the OSCE framework, he made a tremendous investment in developing the role, setting an example of how to fill a mandate with life. The current HCNM has continued in this vein to the present day. The HCNM has a unique mandate focused on quiet, preventive diplomacy alongside building peaceful and resilient societies through strengthened social and interethnic cohesion. It is exactly this mandate that you, dear Kairat, are exercising so well and diligently. Please rest assured how grateful I am for your work and how aware I am for your tireless efforts to strengthen international partnerships and your engagement in constructive dialogue. Ladies and gentlemen, our OSCE and its institutions were built to replace confrontation with dialogue and cooperation. Alas, the realities of our world today demonstrate that war and armed conflict have not been eradicated neither in theory nor in the events we witness around the world. They produce nothing but suffering for nations and people. My motto as OSCE Chair is, it's about people. Indeed, our organization is about people, about granting people safe, secure and dignified lives. Through words and actions and agreements delivered through fora designed and ready for the very purpose, as showcased by the High Commissioner on National Minorities. In this regard, I will mention the most recent example, the joint OSCE-UNHCR Regional Conference on Access to Civil Documentation and Prevention of Statelessness in Southeastern Europe, held in North Macedonia just a week ago. What better example of regional, inter-organizational and multidisciplinary work for the benefit of people in need? I could also list other examples. The HCNM work on how innovation and technology can positively affect social cohesion, elaborated in the Tallinn Guidelines on National Minorities and the Media in the Digital Age, or any of the other 9 thoughtful and meaningful recommendations delivered by the HCNM institutions over the years. Some of these set new international standards, like the Ljubljana Guidelines on Integration of Diverse Societies, which celebrated its 10-year anniversary last year. What the HCNM has proven over time is that the OSCE as a whole can address complex issues and address contemporary issues and needs. This is why we invest so much into the OSCE, and how we as individuals, following the example of Max van der Stoel, could lead the institutions forward and fill our mandates with life every single day. I thank you.
We thank His Excellency Bujar Osmani, OSCE Chairman in Office, Minister of Foreign Affairs of North Macedonia, for his inspiring remarks and for his words of appreciation for the mandate of the High Commissioner on National Minorities. Dear guests, I would like to inform you that Her Excellency Helga Maria Schmidt, OEC Secretary General, will join us later during the day due to the last-minute changes of her flight schedule. But I would like to invite you now to watch her pre-recorded opening remarks.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear High Commissioner, dear Kairat, I will have the pleasure to join you later today for the closing, but I wanted to shortly address you now at the beginning of the conference as we mark the 30th anniversary of the establishment of the OEC High Commissioner on National Minorities. The OEC has long recognized the importance of issues related to national minorities when it comes to preventing conflict and fostering peace and stability. It is because of this recognition that we are here in The Hague today to reflect on 30 years of dedicated work on this vital topic. It has been tremendously valuable over the years and remains absolutely essential today. The High Commissioner's quiet and preventive diplomacy is a vital asset for our organization, enabling parties to find cooperative solutions. This work contributes to early warning and in providing good offices in responding to involving national minority issues in the OSCE region. The High Commissioner adds a key component to the OSCE conflict prevention toolbox. And this work has led to tangible results all over the OSCE, safeguarding minority rights and improving social cohesion. I will speak more about concrete examples in the afternoon. For OSCE values and commitments to be fully realized, they must be applied equally to all OSCE citizens, and national minorities are no exception. This work is at the very heart of conflict prevention. By strengthening the resilience of our societies and delivering change where and for whom it matters most, we help to address some of the most persistent contributors to conflict. This anniversary and your participation here today contribute to this work and the attention it so rightfully deserves. Preventing conflict and fostering social cohesion through addressing issues of national minorities is vital for the work of the OSCE. So heartfelt thanks to Kairat for his outstanding work, to his predecessors and their teams for all they have done over the last 30 years.
We thank OEC Secretary General for her opening remarks. And now it is my great honor and pleasure to give the floor to the representative of our host country, to Ambassador Paul van den Ijssel, Ambassador for International Organizations at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Netherlands. Ambassador, the floor is yours.
Good morning and welcome to The Hague and welcome to the Peace Palace. As you will assume, I did not travel very far to come to this meeting, but I hope I'm nevertheless very welcome. Dear High Commissioner Abdrakhmanov, dear Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the 30th anniversary of the office of the OSCE High Commissioner on National Minorities should be a moment to celebrate. And there is much to celebrate. Nevertheless, I stand here also with mixed feelings because it's taking place against the backdrop of Russia's unprovoked, unjustified and illegal war of aggression against Ukraine. Russia has falsely misused the principles of protecting national minorities to justify its military aggression against Ukraine. This anniversary gives us a chance to look back at the immense contribution to our collective European security the institution of the HCNM has made in the past 30 years. And I would like to take this moment to convey on behalf of the government of the Netherlands my appreciation to you, High Commissioner Abdrahmanov, for your hard work. And I also would like very much to welcome in our midst previous High Commissioners like Rolf Ekeus, Knut Vollebeck, Astrid Tors and Lamberto Zanier. I'm very grateful for your presence and look forward to hearing your views later this morning. The Netherlands is indeed a proud host state for the institution of the HCNM. 30 years ago, Dutch Foreign Minister Max van der Stoel was the first High Commissioner on National Minorities. On national minorities and not for national minorities. Meaning he was not always their advocate or champion. Sometimes he would try to persuade minorities to moderate demands that were bound to lead to escalating tensions, or try to persuade them towards dialogue with states run by sometimes hostile ethnic majorities. On other occasions, Max van der Stoel would try to convince leaders of new democracies that stability in the country depends on protection of ethnic minorities. Max van der Stoel was quite vocal in his opinion that the HCNM is not an instrument of the human dimension alone, but a conflict prevention mechanism. And to quote him, the logic of preventive diplomacy is simple. Timely and effective action can help to avert a costly crisis. At the same time, Max van der Stoel was convinced that for peaceful minority-majority relations to be sustainable and for the dialogue between those concerned to be constructive, this relationship had to be rooted in agreed principles and commitments. By developing recommendations on thematic areas such as language, education, participation, media in the digital age, and interstate relations, subsequent High Commissioners contributed to this normative framework. These were of practical use for participating states, but also advanced the work of the Council of Europe and others. The mandate and task of the High Commissioner on National Minorities is complex and extremely sensitive. The work is often done through silent diplomacy behind closed doors. The results are not easy to measure, and if local authorities claim the results as their own, that is to be applauded, because it will make these results more sustainable. This means that early warning and taking early action can sometimes receive less attention than merited. Ladies and gentlemen, the world in 2023 is very different from the world of 1993. But the work of the High Commissioner remains as relevant as it has ever been. Therefore, I would like to conclude by once again expressing my appreciation and that of my government to you, Commissioner Abdrahmanov, to the previous High Commissioners present today, and to all staff and the institution of the High Commissioner on National Minorities. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency, for your intervention. And now I am pleased to introduce the keynote speaker for our event. We are honored to have Ilse Brands-Kerrys, UN Assistant Secretary General for Human Rights, with us today. Her extensive experience in human rights, minority rights, and conflict prevention provides sufficient reason for her presence with us today. Still, our motivation is more personal, as the HCNM has significantly benefited from a dynamic and long-standing collaboration with Ms. Brands-Kerrys. Going back to 2003, so exactly 20 years ago, when she was the director of the Latvian Center for Human Rights and Ethnic Studies, which won the first Max van der Stoel Award. Ilse received the award on behalf of the organization at the ceremony at Ridderzaal here in The Hague. Over the years, she has worked closely with the HCNM on many projects, lending her expertise to reviewing and supporting individual participating states in drafting of strategies and policies related to the integration of diverse societies and inter-ethnic relations. Also, Ms. Brands-Carries provided substantial expert advice and contributed to no less than 4 sets of HCNM thematic recommendations and guidelines. In 2011, the office managed to bring her experience and talent in-house when she agreed to serve as director of the HCNM for a 4-year term. During her tenure, the office celebrated its 20th anniversary, which makes her presence here today all the more fitting. By no means have we kept her talent to ourselves. Quite to the contrary. The work of human rights and national minorities requires collaboration with a whole range of international organizations. Her valuable expertise has benefited also full range of actors, including the Council of Europe's Framework Convention Advisory Committee, the EU Monitoring Center on Racism and Xenophobia, the EU Fundamental Rights Agency, and since 2020, she has headed the UN Human Rights Office in New York, serving as Assistant Secretary General for Human Rights. With this, I am pleased to turn the podium over to Ilse Brands-Carries. Please.
Thank you very much, dear Ambassador. That was a humbling experience to listen. I was wondering who was listening about the whole too many things that I don't feel that I deserve, but of course I've had the privilege of working with wonderful colleagues that have made all of that possible. Dear High Commissioner Abdrahmanov, dear High Commissioners, dear Excellencies, friends of HCNM and colleagues, 30 years, really, can you imagine? It seems a long time and it's a short time. We were speaking yesterday about the fact that maybe we shouldn't even celebrate, but we should reflect on it and see where we are and how we go forward from here. The conflict prevention, much was already said, so it makes my task easier, but we know, of course, we all recall how the institution was born out of turbulence, out of the conflicts, out of the hotspots. We know the disintegration of Yugoslavia and the Soviet Union at the time, of course, was creating a lot of tensions, and many of those indeed had inter-ethnic dimensions, and as we know specifically, the focus on national minorities. Even though I should also recall that at the time, including in my own country, there was also the fluidity meant that there was even a repositioning about who actually is a majority and who is a minority representative that made it even more sensitive and even more difficult to deal with these underlying grievances, the inequalities, and really in a context of a division of the new power relations. Of course, all of that, as always, within a certain historical context, culture, language, and the rest, as we all know. Obviously, there was a need to address and prevent conflicts, prevent violence. So when High Commissioner Max van der Stoel was designated in December 1992, as the first High Commissioner, really the focus on the instrument for conflict prevention, as we heard already, really in the political military dimension of it. It is, of course, strictly, closely relating to the human dimension, the use of the minority rights and human rights, I should say generally, as a tool to address, the only way to address and to create a sustainable, stable society. So that bridging of the political, military, and human dimension, I think, was really part of what was so creative and innovative about this instrument as well. Max van der Stoel himself stressed that prevention, and we already heard the references all the way back to the creation of the United Nations and the Charter, but prevention, he stressed, is the cost-effective way of dealing with these tensions. We all know the ounce of prevention is better than the pound of cure, of course, but he very much stressed this, and we know that this is still an argument we need to make, because even though the United Nations, successive Secretary Generals, and certainly all the High Commissioners have always stressed this, we also know that there's all too little investment in prevention, and it's still very difficult to really get the budget for, to speak plainly, for what it takes to actually do this work. And instead, as we've seen, we have year by year, sadly, in the world we live in now, we have ever-increasing military spending, sadly, when we're not investing sufficiently in prevention. The uniqueness of the mandate is also, of course, a very strong mandate, as we all know in this room. The intrusiveness of that mandate, that was possible only because of the time it was created. The judgment of the High Commissioner is what counts, getting involved in situations where the judgment, and indeed Max van der Stoel setting the big example of how that can be implemented in reality. Using the confidentiality, the quiet diplomacy, but not only quiet, quite a bit of it was also public or made public, at least afterwards, as we know. There is always a mix. The toolbox is much bigger than we think. The impartiality, obviously, absolutely essential. So the context was obviously different. The OSCE was in a different situation. There was a different point in history in Europe. The time with Vienna, Copenhagen, Moscow, and in particular, there was a consensus, agreed consensus on the recognizing that both human rights, or I should say human rights including minority rights, as we know minority rights are human rights, commitments undertaken in the field of the human dimension of the CSCE are matters of direct and legitimate concern to all participating states and do not belong exclusively to internal affairs of the state concerned. And that, unfortunately, we can say is probably a consensus that is being challenged today again. That meant that the spirit of the times really helped along to be able to create such a strong mandate for this. It also is the spirit of the times that created the United Nations Declaration of Rights of Persons belonging to national or ethnic, linguistic, or religious minorities. And we're also privileged to have the special rapporteur here, who will, of course, also comment on that, no doubt, and the Framework Convention on National Minorities that still remains the only binding instrument, as we know, for minority rights right now. But then again, the political commitments of the EC, combined with that legal framework and the legal commitments as such, that momentum was there. So that argument we hear so often, no sticks and little carrots, that also Max van der Stoel stressed, and High Commissioners following him, it worked. It worked then. Of course, the intrusiveness, we also know, means that even if the High Commissioner in theory could have gone to any place and visited any place, de facto, obviously, for such visits to be effective, they clearly need the cooperation of the participating state. They need the dialogue to be there. So clearly there were constraints also, and that related to this. But in any case, even in a more conducive environment, with the context of new political leaders, as it were then, who were in a very dynamic and changing environment, political leaders arguably at the time who were open to reform, who were looking at new ways of making sure that rights were reinforced and that the path towards democracy was followed, seeking also legitimacy in the international arena. All of that context was there, but still the High Commissioner needed to use persuasion, needed to use collaboration and an ability diplomatically to have the diplomatic skills to do that prevention work. assisted, of course, with the value added that such a mandate could bring. And that meant that some of the countries that I happen to know very well were willing to take, or sometimes less willing, but accepted to take the bitter medicine that Max van der Stoel at the time was presenting, and high commissioners following him afterwards as well. But of course, it takes national ownership. All of this doesn't mean anything. There was also reference to that already. Otherwise, even the conditionality that works as an incentive, for instance, accession to the EU, accession to NATO in some cases, accession to the Council of Europe, all of that won't work unless there's also a process of socialization, of internalization. And all of that means that the good faith, the political will that was there at the time was, of course, also needed. So the successes and challenges are really the lessons learned of all these 30 years. There were many specific cases, many pragmatic, specific, tailored solutions that were worked on and found. And that really, I will not, already some were mentioned, I think we will hear others later. We know, of course, that there were issues in Western Balkan countries, in the Baltic countries, in the Caucasus, UK and Crimea, and so on, in the hotspots at the time. But we also note that a lot of those remained on the agenda of successive high commissioners. That's also a lesson, I think, that it's not a one-off. You don't go into a situation, you agree to a solution, and then it's done, and you move on. Obviously, it's ongoing work and ongoing engagement. That also has created, I think, one of the strengths of the High Commissioner on National Minorities, which is really that in-depth expertise on specific files and the sensitivity, the networks that have been created, the knowledge of the environment and establishing links both with civil society actors, in particular minority representatives, a broad range of minority representatives, we should say, not the sort of chosen, hand-picked ones who are the most collaborative ones, but really having that pluralism of views, and also, of course, with the authorities at all levels, both local and central. That really led to a lot of successes, and I'm sure we will hear more about those throughout the day as well. Modified legislation, as we heard, dialogue that was established or resumed or maintained both with the authorities, with the government, but also minority government dialogues or inter-ethnic groups or minority groups as well, which sometimes is a challenge, as we know. Institution building policies that were created and maintained as well. But there again, we should also point to that the dynamics, there's never one moment in time. If we now look back, we have the luxury of those case studies and seeing what worked, and that we, of course, as always, don't have a straight path towards a brilliant future. Sometimes there are zigzags, and I would say right now is a moment in time when some of these countries that had made great advances actually are on a different path, and there are some reversals of some good policies, including in the linguistic and education areas, unfortunately. So progress still is needed, and the process is ongoing. And then, of course, and I won't go into that because I thought I wouldn't have much to say in 15 minutes, but I realize I'm soon going to be over my time, so I will not go into the thematic recommendations. They were already mentioned. We know that the 10th is really going to be presented today. Very excited about that. But just to say that, of course, was particularly, again, based on the expertise and the pragmatic, very specific approach by the High Commissioner and his offices over time, creating that in-depth thematic focus that needed to be there. So yes, rights-based and using the rights, it has to be coherent with rights, but it's not rights compliance with the established minority rights. It is really looking at those principles in a more pragmatic way for a solution-oriented approach. And of course, the issue that many of you have contributed to discussing maybe years ago about the soft law aspect of those recommendations, in particular, certainly those that are long established already. So that, of course, is another contribution that is very, very important, combined with, of course, the cooperation that it had, that was at the basis with those institutions that actually are there to monitor the compliance with the set rights. So now, what's the situation 2023? We already see, sadly, indeed, what we see in the news today and coming from the United Nations, it's a troubled world we live in. It's very, very painful to see that the suffering, and of course, who suffers? There can be whoever leads in the conflict, whoever attacks, whoever does these horrific attacks, both of non-state actors and sometimes, unfortunately, by states as well. But of course, it's always civilians who suffer. And who suffers more? Usually women, children, and of course minorities, including national minorities or ethnic minorities, as the case may be. The conflicts globally have gone up. There are statistics on this. We have the ACLED ones that we can look at. There are many other sources as well, but sadly in the last couple of years, what we see, a lot of intrastate conflicts, of course, but also interstate. But not only globally, of course, also in the OSCE, as was already mentioned. Military spending is going through the roof. It's at the top level it's ever been. It's a record high last year at $2.2 trillion US dollars. And what does that mean in addition to what we can fear about conflicts brewing? It also means that talking about today's recommendations, of course, it does mean that those obligations to fulfill social, economic, and cultural, I should say, rights, of course, will suffer because there is only so much funding to be had. The complexity of crises has increased. The conflicts, violent conflicts based on whatever root causes are there. We have the climate that was mentioned as well that creates conflicts in itself also, and root causes of it. The financial crises as well. The pandemic showed us other types of crises that are overlapping. The new technology, of course, adds to this in both in a way of conducting warfare, but also in complicating those crises, including also through the massive use of disinformation and misinformation that we see today. The complexity of conflict actors we also have. There are so many, the conflicts themselves, and certainly outside of the OSCE area globally, if we talk about non-state actors and the variety of them that just keeps increasing and makes it all the harder to address the conflicts or even detecting them as they are developing. My question is, where is the fairness and justice vision? This is something that Max van der Stoel very clearly referred to, and I think all the high commissioners have done so as well, underlying it, the link to rule of law. We have a rights-based view of it, but it's not just a tool. It is a commitment to a vision of what society should be. Where is that today? We have identity politics. We have extreme nationalism and populism that doesn't seem to be losing ground in the last years. On the contrary, continues to increase. The hate speech and scapegoating that has been pointed to many times, but sadly again, and we can see again in the crisis that we're watching unfold on our television screens right now, with extreme hate speech on all sides, that of course can only bode very poorly for conflict. The inequalities globally, both within and between countries. Where has the sense of accepting mutual accommodation been? We were talking about the guidelines of Ljubljana guidelines, the diverse integration with the respect for diversity. It requires that one actually accepts that there can be movement and accommodation on both sides. Is that still the case? Is that political will there? The value of diversity itself is being questioned again. And we're back to something that we always struggled against, also working with the High Commissioner on National Minorities, the zero-sum view of rights. We had thought we had overcome that, but we're still back at that again. That if I get more rights, then you lose yours, or vice versa. There only is so much in the pie, instead of this coming together for a common solution. The trust deficit has been much talked about at the United Nations. The Secretary General has made a point out of looking at this very closely, but I think all of us can agree that that has been, and we see it throughout the world, the trust between population and government, but also between states is unfortunately fading. And of course, the very worrisome signs of lack of respect for international law and even the Charter of the United Nations, and the question of what that does to multilateralism overall. We were talking about crisis of multilateralism, I remember also in the Council of Europe years ago, and saying, well, this really is, there's no longer such a belief that the answer lies in multilateralism also for minority rights. But I think that today we've reached far beyond that even, in a real crisis of blockage, of polarization, very difficult situations. We see it, of course, reflected in not only in the constraints that the OSCE with the consensus-based decisions has, but also at the United Nations, sadly, with the Security Council as well, even in the big crises of today, that blockage is seen. So, and the challenges, of course, finally, to minority rights and human rights overall, the pushback we've heard about for so many years. But right now, we hear again the arguments coming back of sovereignty and non-interference in the matters of state. We hear as well about that human rights really is something imposed by some countries on others, against the universality, which of course this year we are celebrating very much the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration for Human Rights, that we know was adopted universally and there was consensus on. But that narrative is again being challenged, saying that it's all culture specific and we pick and choose what we have and you shouldn't be imposing this on us. So tensions are high, but does that mean that HCNM and that human rights have failed and minority rights? I would, of course, argue, you will not be surprised, to say, imagine what would have been if we didn't even have those norms. Imagine what it'd been if we didn't have this experience to build on. So what we need is more, not less. It's not a failure. It's just a clarion call to reinforce, to strengthen, to have the political will and leadership to really invest in the conflict prevention instrument, certainly that the High Commissioner is in all of our multilateral institutions, and also really the prevention paradigm as such, a prevention based on rights, the only sustainable solution. Rights as obligations, certainly, but rights also as the solutions. It is what brings the answer. It is what brings a sustainable society that also it benefits all. We have at the United Nations, the Secretary General, this Secretary General, as the previous one, has also stressed the prioritization of prevention, and he has actually said in his call to action for human rights, and also the common agenda is coming, that human rights are the best prevention tool that we have. And of course, human rights include minority rights. I will not have time to go into, I wanted to launch into what we're doing at the UN with that as well, but of course, there is a new agenda for peace that will be very relevant to the conflict prevention. There's also an agenda for protection coming up. But I think we have discussed also with the special rapporteur previously that certainly the UN itself has to step up. I think in a context where we all see that minority rights are falling off the agenda. The attention is not there any longer on minority rights. And we need to really rally around that and need to make sure that we are fully aware, informed, knowledgeable, and are able to use that very objective framework to actually make things advance for the betterment, of course, of humanity, but ultimately also fundamentally to prevent conflicts. So we need more cooperation, the global and the regional, a closer cooperation. I'm very happy to be here from the United Nations, but also the cooperation that we've had with the High Commissioner already. And again, remembering that the High Commissioner on National Minorities is a unique instrument, a very, very special way of addressing conflict prevention that should be, and this again is not a new discussion, but could serve as a model also for other parts of the world. And I think there's much work that remains to be done, but it's such a privilege to be here with you. I will be listening very carefully, and let's continue to work on it together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your insightful, visionary keynote speech. So we'll take on board your message. Now I will have the opportunity to invite to the stage two more guests whom we have a pleasure of welcoming today. First, Ms. Desiree Cormier-Smith, Special Representative for Racial Equality and Justice, U.S. Department of State. Special Representative, we are grateful for the cooperation with you and your office, and we are pleased that you were able to join us today. Please, the floor is yours.
Good morning. I hope you all can see me over this podium. It's quite high. Good morning. High Commissioner Abdrakhmanov, Madam UN Assistant Secretary General, distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends. I am Desiree Cormier-Smith, the U.S. Department of State's first ever Special Representative for Racial Equity and Justice. I was appointed by U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken to ensure that U.S. foreign policy advances the human rights of members of marginalized racial, ethnic, and indigenous communities, including people of African descent, and that the U.S. is building global partnerships to counter systemic racism, discrimination, and xenophobia globally. Thank you to my dear friend Kairat for the invitation and for your continuing partnership and support, including your participation at Secretary Blinken's first annual Global Anti-Racism Champions Award ceremony in Washington in August, and for your participation in our Roma Rights, Our Human Rights side event on the margins of the 2023 Warsaw Human Dimension Conference earlier this month. I am thrilled to be a part of this important event. The United States supports your critical mission, Mr. High Commissioner, to ensure the protection of the rights of marginalized racial and ethnic communities across the OSCE region. The success of the HCNM mandate is foundational to the promotion of lasting peace, stability, and prosperity in the OSCE region. We believe that security among states is inextricably related to respect for the dignity and human rights of all those who live within them, and that aggression abroad and repression at home are linked. The establishment of the High Commissioner on National Minorities 30 years ago was a pivotal milestone in OSCE history. Over the last 3 decades, this office has played a crucial role in advocating for marginalized racial and ethnic communities, championing minority rights, and encouraging dialogue between these communities and the participating states in the OSCE region where they reside. Throughout its 3 decades of existence, this office has worked to prevent tragedies, preserve lives, and promote lasting peace by addressing tensions and conflicts at their earliest stages, which directly aligns with the OSCE's core principles of dialogue and cooperation. The need for a mandate specifically focused on the situation of national minorities is more than evident today, including in Ukraine, where Russia continues to wage an illegal war of aggression against Ukrainians of all ethnic, racial, and religious backgrounds, who are courageously defending their sovereign territory to protect their freedoms, democracy, and rich culture. We must all recommit ourselves to stand with the people of Ukraine against Russia's aggression. We must also recognize how individuals in other conflict-affected areas of the OSCE region have been targeted because of their ethnicity or religion. We again call for an independent international monitoring mission to provide transparency and reassurance to protect the rights and security of ethnic Armenians, particularly those who wish to return to their homes in Nagorno-Karabakh. As the High Commissioner on National Minorities, your office has a crucial role to play in finding a resolution to this conflict that can bring lasting peace to all people in the South Caucasus. As an OSCE participating state, the United States is cognizant of the fact that advancing equity for all racial and ethnic marginalized populations is essential for achieving peaceful and stable nations, including in the United States. To paraphrase President Biden, we have never fully lived up to the idea that all humans should be treated equally, but we've never walked away from it. I'm still reflecting on the High Commissioner's emphatic encouragement with which he opened our recent panel discussion on the margins of the Warsaw Human Dimensions Conference, Roma Rights are Human Rights, where he noted that, quote, our collective duty is to amplify our efforts to create more cohesive and inclusive strategies regarding the most marginalized national minorities. Integrating them should not be perceived as a separate initiative, but instead as an indispensable component of our broader socioeconomic and political development strategies, leaving no community behind in our collective march toward a just and equal society, end quote. I couldn't agree more. We must ensure that effective participation of marginalized racial and ethnic communities in decision-making processes that impact their lives and livelihoods to create better informed and more impactful policies. We must eradicate discrimination and break down prejudicial barriers through policies that explicitly address inequities and protect the rights of members of minority communities, including the Roma and people of African, Arab, and Asian descent, so everyone can be free to live up to their full potential. We must ensure equitable access to quality education so that all people can improve their social and economic circumstances. Though not sufficient alone, we know that access to quality education can help members of marginalized racial and ethnic communities overcome the persistent cycles of poverty and inequities that permeate every aspect of their lives, from health to housing. We must ensure the provision of a legal identity, combat statelessness, and address the challenges of migration, and actively promote socioeconomic inclusion for all peoples, especially the Roma, people of African, Arab, and Asian descent, and other marginalized communities. While today is one of celebration, it is clear our work is far from over. I, like many others, look forward to the 10th publication presenting recommendations on the socioeconomic participation of national minorities, which will hopefully provide some best practices to address these and other challenges. Let us reaffirm our commitment to the mandate of the High Commissioner on National Minorities, a mandate which at its core is simply about ensuring people, regardless of their ethnicity, their race, or their nationality, have equal access to justice, opportunity, and basic rights as a means of conflict prevention. Not only is it the right thing to do, it is the smart thing to do if we hope to achieve lasting peace and security in our region. As we commemorate the 30th anniversary of this vital role today, please accept my warmest congratulations on behalf of the United States. Let us honor the achievements of the OSCE High Commissioner on National Minorities and previous High Commissioners, and renew our commitment to building a more just, peaceful, and equitable world for us all. Thank you.
Thank you, Special Representative, for your valuable insights. And now, please allow me to invite Mr. Peter Starai, Minister of State in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Hungary. Dear Minister, we are grateful for your participation, and it is my pleasure to give you the floor. Please.
Ladies and gentlemen, High Commissioner, previous High Commissioners, Assistant Secretary General, and all the dignitaries who participate in today's commemorative meeting, I'd like to express my gratitude for the invitation and convey Minister Peter Szijjártó's greetings to all of you. I'd like to congratulate, this is the 30th anniversary of this very important institution of the OSCE, and we are personally thankful to your dedicated work, High Commissioner Abdrakhmanov, which is in harmony with your mandate. And this mandate, from a Hungarian point of view, is of course always very, very important. We have appreciated the work of the HCNM because we have a history which is overloaded with suffering, wars, conflicts, and after the First World War, millions of Hungarians found themselves as citizens of the neighboring countries to Hungary. So they became a minority. And because of that, we have always paid special attention to minority rights, which are part of human rights. And we always strongly supported the office of the High Commissioner on National Minorities. We are glad to welcome today's edition of the 10th set of recommendations, which is about a very important aspect of minority rights, the effective participation of national minorities in social and economic life. These recommendations, the 10 recommendations, have always been very independent, impartial, and comprehensive. So I think we can and we have to use these documents, recommendations, in our daily work. We appreciate that activity. But regrettably, we continue to witness a decline in the implementation of national minority rights. Even in the OSCE area, we have some bad experience in that respect, and we have to work on that, because certain national minority communities are deprived of their already acquired rights. And although we have clear guidance from international law, from the UN, from the Council of Europe or the OSCE, still in some countries there are serious challenges in this respect. And I think special attention has to be paid to the effects of the war in Ukraine on the situation of national minorities. We say that Ukraine is a victim of military aggression. We acknowledge the sovereignty and the territorial integrity of Ukraine. And Hungary has put together the largest humanitarian package in its history to support Ukraine in this difficult situation. We receive wounded soldiers for treatment, medical treatment. We receive children for vacation, and lots of refugees arriving. We receive everybody, basically. But one thing must be made clear. Being a victim of aggression is not an excuse for not taking into account the rights of national minorities, and on the contrary, to systematically limit the rights of these communities. And we will speak up for this at every forum and count on the solidarity of the international community. The Hungarian minority community has been living in Transcarpathia, Ukraine, Western Ukraine, for more than 1,100 years. But the past decades, systematic legislation has restricted significantly the rights of this community. And I can only quote, there's a law on media, a law on education, a law on the state language, and a law on minorities from last year. And the Venice Commission has prepared recommendations on all these legal instruments, and we hope that Ukraine will be in a position to implement those recommendations and to change the legal framework in order to settle the situation of the minority communities, including the Hungarian minority community. We appreciate you, High Commissioner. You have paid special attention to the fate of all minorities, including Hungarian minorities, in the OSCE area throughout your tenure. Rest assured that we will continue to support your work and the work of the office, and we hope that the stalemate in the OSCE organization can be solved by the end of this year, and we can continue our joint work together. Finally, I'd like to underline that the best way to ensure peace and stability leads through safeguarding the rights of national and ethnic minorities. And I think the Office of the High Commissioner and the OSCE is one of the most important vehicles to support this cause. And I hope that all the participants will act in the same spirit. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for your intervention. It concludes the opening session, and now I would like to invite everybody for a short coffee break. We will resume with the program at 11:30. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, we kindly invite you to take your seats. The panel will start in a moment. Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends of the institution. I'd like to begin with a question. When was the last time you witnessed such a remarkable gathering of High Commissioners on National Minorities, all sharing a stage at the same time? Indeed, today we have a unique and extraordinary privilege to convene such a distinguished panel as we find ourselves in the presence of the current High Commissioner, Kairat Abdurrahmanov, former High Commissioner Lamberto Zanier, former High Commissioner Astrid Thors, former High Commissioner Knut Vollebæk, and unfortunately, former High Commissioner Rolf Ekeus was unable to join us in person, but he has shared some of his reflections, of which we will hear an excerpt shortly. Now, there is so much collective wisdom and experience gracing our stage that it would be an act of undue presumption on my part to take more time for further introductions. Therefore, let's embark on this 90-minute fascinating journey where we will first look back at the history of the institution, the past 3 decades. We will also hear stories from our distinguished panelists about their approach to the interpretation of the mandate. And as we conclude, we will receive some valuable advice for the road ahead. Now, of 6 OSCE High Commissioners on National Minorities, 4 are on the stage. The first High Commissioner, the Honorable Max van der Stoel, whose 100-year anniversary we will be marking next year, is the only High Commissioner who is no longer with us. To honor his memory, I would like to invite Ambassador Rob Zachman, who worked closely with Max van der Stoel as his political advisor and private secretary, to share his memories of Max van der Stoel as a mandate holder from 1993 to 2001 and as a person. Ambassador Zachman, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Sajid. Thank you also for calling me by my formal title. But when I think back to the humble beginnings of the office 30 years ago, and High Commissioner Abdurrahmanov, you already referred to those beginnings, I was more of a jack of all trades because we were so very few. And it's really gratifying to see how in the course of those 30 years, the office has grown in strength, in capacity, in expertise, and how such a hall of fame of high-level people have been willing to take on the burden of High Commissioner. And I can actually see Van der Stoel sitting next to you, Knut, and joining you in spirit in this great gathering of today. And I feel really privileged to have been asked to say a few words about him, the one who started it and made such a big mark on the office and its success. 30 years ago, I was only a very junior diplomat, and I had the extremely good fortune to be selected by Max van der Stoel to be his first assistant. And even though I've gone to other jobs, which I really appreciated, this was the very best job I ever held. And I have the impression that for the current young staff of the HCNM office, similar considerations apply. I was able to learn from his experience, his intuition, his sheer professionalism, and profit from his willingness to put his trust in his young collaborators. Today, it is hardly conceivable that during the first year of the office, many states feared that the involvement of the High Commissioner would worsen already volatile situations and might even call into question the territorial integrity of states. I vividly remember the difficult negotiations in Helsinki in 1992, and Judge de Brichambault was there as well as the deputy head of the French delegation. Very difficult task for the Dutch delegation to convince the other participating states that the High Commissioner would be a constructive instrument for conflict prevention. However, once in office, Max van der Stoel quickly convinced the doubting many of the value of the HCNM and that his approach, analysis and recommendations were both realistic and responsible. I remember traveling to Vienna, this was about 9 months after work had started, to Vienna for budget talks. And I think it's still the case that budget talks for OSCE institutions are among the toughest encounters with the community of participating states. So I was prepared for a really intense grilling and had prepared myself mentally for that. So you can imagine how relieved I was to find out that at least the HCNM budget talk was more of a cordial conversation in which all our requests were met. And that, I think, was a reflection on the reputation that Max had established over those first 9 months. The budget of the HCNM at the time was very limited indeed, a reflection of the doubts many had about the office. And one of the things that was very limited was the travel budget. You can see Max van der Stoel on mission, and that is one of the principal instruments which he had. Go out to the situation, to the country, to the groups, to the people, to the governments that are involved, talk to them, and get a real sense of what is going on. And he would not go just once, several times, repeat and repeat and repeat and stay and come as long as often. So no diplomatic drive-by shooting, firing of recommendations, never to return, but continue investing in the situation, being there to listen, learn and assess. And we once calculated that Van der Stoel spent more than half the year abroad on these visits, always, of course, accompanied by one of his young collaborators, who at the time almost all had families, and he was sometimes feeling a little bit guilty that he would take us away from our families. But we were very quick to reassure him that we were very happy to go with him and to do with him, support him in the invaluable work that he was doing. And I have to say he was very quick to believe that, because he continued working with us on a one-on-one basis, or a one-on-two basis, as it sometimes happens. Of course, preparation is key, and the Under-Secretary General already referred to the fact that Van der Stoel was always very well prepared on all the files that were there. Not to use the visit as a means to get basic knowledge, because he already had that. Spending hours and hours, weeks and weeks, months and months in his office, finding out what was going on, and then being able to ask the right questions, speak to the right people, avoid the unavoidable pitfalls, because he was always one to know where the sensitivities were, and he was the one also to make sure that the other side came to understand that he knew the situation and they had an open eye for what was the interest of everyone concerned, what were the sensitivities, and work that into his recommendations. Of course, not everyone was convinced of the benefits of his work. Years after I had left his service, I witnessed quite a heated exchange between two senior ambassadors of the same country, a country where Max van der Stoel had been very active. One was an ardent supporter of his work, but her colleague, on the contrary, was highly critical of what he had done, arguing that he had forced his country into much too many concessions. I'm pretty sure that very often the High Commissioners that are now sitting here have encountered similar no-win situations, but then you have to manage that and go on. He was a very discreet diplomat, a quiet diplomat. And I think we can go on to the next. There we are, thank you. These photos come from the High Commissioner's own photo archive. There are many more, of course, but these were the ones selected to present the face and the activities of Max van der Stoel. Just curious whether I'm not in this one. I'm probably in none of the photos because it was always about him and not about the collaborators. Discretion. Even if he did give interviews upon request or made speeches, I think he was the embodiment of quiet, behind-the-scenes diplomacy, not using the media or other megaphone techniques to put pressure on any of the parties involved, always respecting the privacy of the discussions. Of course, as it happens, there were quite a few parties on the other side who were not so discreet. And after a few months, a senior diplomat in one of the bigger OSCE capitals made a joke about the HCNM quiet diplomacy because they had been able to follow his work, his travels, his visits via the press releases and official statements that visitor states had published. And of course, they all claimed that High Commissioner van der Stoel, or High Commissioner Stoel, as he was often called, fully agreed with the position of the state he had just visited. We let it go at that. The important thing was that later on they would engage with the recommendations, which he, in consultation with everyone, would draft and would then, on the building on that, work at interethnic relations. And that is what actually always happened. Here we see him giving an interview. One of the things that motivated Max was his credo, I would say. And here we have a quote from him, which is best to read out loud. "Two things have always fascinated me, even when I was a young boy. That is human rights and how to maintain peace. These two interests somehow meet each other in this job of High Commissioner. This made it such a fascinating job for me." I would say it is so true that in him, both realism and idealism were effectively combined. On the one hand, Max had his eye on what he knew would be possible and necessary for a solution, and which approach would be the most fruitful, his realistic side. But at the same time, he had this inner conviction that what mattered in the end are the fate and dignity of human beings. In his view, without democracy, justice, and respect for human rights, there could be no sustainable peace. And it was this strong moral compass which provided the orientation for his concrete political actions, and which, I'm sure, convinced all his interlocutors that he was a man who had really the best of all their interests in heart. And to me and all the others who worked with him, he was a great example of how to conduct both realistic and morally responsible diplomacy. Thank you again, High Commissioner, for allowing me to speak at this important occasion. And I'm looking forward to the Hall of Fame members to speak about their experiences. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Zachman. Thank you very much for sharing the warm memories of Max van der Stoel, who has indeed shaped the way all 5 successive High Commissioners approached their mandates, and we will hear more about this in a minute. Ambassador Rolf Ekéus, High Commissioner from 2001 to 2007, was next to assume the mandate. He very much wanted to be with us today, but unfortunately his commitments and logistics prevented from him being here in person, but he shared some of his reflections, of which allow me to read an excerpt. When Max van der Stoel in 2001 ended his remarkably successful term as High Commissioner on National Minorities, he left a set of principles and practices in place for his successors. I could make full use of them during my term in office with the assistance of a team of brilliant, thoughtful, and hard-working collaborators committed to principles of human rights and conflict prevention. An important development during my term could be realized when I, in 2004, approached the EU and convinced it to reformulate the Article 2 of its constitution accordingly, and I quote, "The Union is founded on values of respect for human dignity, liberty, democracy, equality, the rule of law, and respect for human rights, including the rights of persons belonging to national minorities," end quote. The United Nations Secretary-General Kofi Annan, inspired by the EU approach, invited me in September 2006 to a meeting stating that universal human rights include minority rights, both as regards language, culture, and religion, as well as the right to freely participate in the political and cultural life of the state in which they reside. Respect for minority rights is thus an essential factor for conflict prevention and peace. In 2006, Kofi Annan, in his special report to the UN General Assembly on Prevention of Armed Conflict, highlighted the institution of the OSCE High Commissioner on National Minorities as an important instrument for conflict prevention. I am also happy that the OSCE selected an outstanding diplomat and politician, Knut Vollebæk, as my successor, which made it possible that the unique task of HCNM could be preserved and extended. We, of course, thank Ambassador Ekéus for staying in contact with us as we were preparing for this anniversary, for sharing some of his reflections with us, and of course, he is conveying his warmest regards to all of us. Ambassador Vollebæk, we will go in a reverse chronological order, and of course, with these complimentary remarks of your predecessor. You were closest to first High Commissioner Max van der Stoel temporarily in time, but you also worked with him in your capacity as chairperson of the organization. When you assumed the role of the High Commissioner in 2007, the mandate was already 15-year-old, somewhere in the middle compared to where we find ourselves now. Now, Ambassador Zachman mentioned that at that time, Max van der Stoel had to work hard on convincing the doubting many of the value of the HCNM. Where did you find the discussion about the mandate of the High Commissioner when you assumed your post in 2007? And what was the perception of participating states about the mandate and its role?
I think the mandate has been challenged all along because it is a very strong mandate. It is a conflict prevention mandate, and it is in the first basket of the OSCE and the political military. And that was very much challenged in my time. They wanted to put us into the third basket because that's more convenient. And so we had to fight against that. But it was, to mention Max van der Stoel again, and it was of course a privilege both to have worked or have seen Rolf Ekéus at work, but to have worked with Max van der Stoel also as the chairperson in office. I had seen how he was working, and I appreciated that. I actually had to, it's not the first time that there are problems in the OSCE. So in my time, the participating states did not agree to a new High Commissioner. So I had at least 2 farewell parties for Max van der Stoel, and I extended him. So he continued for almost 8 years. But I think the legacy of Max van der Stoel was, of course, that he really struggled to keep this unique mandate in place. If you allow me, and just a little anecdote, when I visited Latvia the first time, Latvia's avis, I think it's still the largest newspapers in Latvia, they were very skeptical and had an article that had a lovely cartoon of myself, which I have on my wall today. And the comments were, who is this new High Commissioner? So they were writing a little bit about me. But when I left, there was another comment that said, he's just another Max van der Stoel. And which was not meant as a compliment. But of course I took it as a compliment because I then supposed that I really had lived up to the mandate and the guidelines that we should work according to. But I think the strength of the mandate, of course, comes from the backdrop of the wars in the Balkans, where you had, I think we can almost say, when you came to the Helsinki summit in foreign ministers meeting in 1972, there was 1992. I mean, there was a panic that this inter-ethnic conflict would spread all over Europe, so we had to do something, and that's why they gave this institution such a strong mandate. And what's also unique with it is that it's very much grassroots oriented. I think that was one of the things I loved most. I had been ambassador for some years and I had been foreign minister, which both are fascinating jobs. But you deal then with conferences and people on high positions. My first visit was to go into a school in Georgia, where there were hardly no roof nor floor nor nothing, and to deal with a huge group of teachers that use the Armenian language and see how we could create some bridges between the Georgian government and these minorities in order to avoid a conflict. So it was very much hands-on job, and I enjoyed that very, very much, and felt that even though I think it's difficult to boast of a lot of results, I think we managed to encourage people and people realized that they were seen. And I think that was important for the communities, but also for the governments, because that I think stopped the government from some of the abuses that would have led to even more serious conflict than what it did. And then, according to the mandate, also we worked on a couple of thematic guidelines and recommendations, which I'm very happy with. I'm very glad that you have picked up integration with respect for diversity from the Ljubljana guidelines. They are extremely valid even today. We fought a little bit with respect to the mandate on what we call new minorities. I think that's not a word that you use anymore, but I think it's still, we tried then to introduce some of the guidelines and practices and experiences we have had into societies that not necessarily had the type of old minorities, but with immigrants coming in, because the tools that the HCNM has developed can really be used in any society to create or to lower the conflict or the tension. But that was very difficult. And of course, many countries would not see that at all. And we also coined, I think, the phrase that it's not one group integrating into another group. It's not a minority integrating into a majority, but it's the integration of societies. And when you look at the challenges that many societies live through today with conflicts, I mean, this is such a relevant recommendation. So I think it should be sent to all governments all over the world as a basic reading before they go into office. And secondly, the Bolzano-Boson recommendations of minorities to interstate relations. The sad thing, of course, was that when we had the 10th anniversary of the Bolzano-Boson recommendations, and I say that with a great sadness with the Italian ambassador present, and it's not his fault, we could not present them or have the event, or you could not have the event in Bolzano-Boson because of the tension between the minorities. And it shows that, as I think Ilse mentioned, that this is not work that you have done once and for all. This is a continuous work in any society, in any country, that you have to work on both then integration within your society, but also then cross-border relations, that you should avoid using your minority for any type of conflict or unrest in the neighboring country. So it's, in one way, of course, it's wonderful to see how relevant the work is that we did many, many years back. And at the same time, it saddens me that it has not been picked up and worked and used and lived according to over all these years.
Thank you, Ambassador. You've picked up on several points which I hope we will come back to during our conversation. And of course, the principle or the purpose of the institution, which is integration with respect to diversity, which you were the High Commissioner to introduce and to pioneer together with the Ljubljana guidelines, is still at the heart of how we engage with our interlocutors. There are several dilemmas built into that, and you alluded to some of them. Where you suggest that, and we know from our experience, that integration process is a longitudinal process. And I think in one of your speeches you even mentioned that it's a never-ending process, which also requires the commitment of political actors who, in some cases, are driven by shorter-term political objectives. And we will come back to that. I will leave it as a suspense for the audience to wait for the moment when we will come back to that. But for now, I would like to turn to Astrid, to you as the next High Commissioner. Madam Thors, a disruptor is a term we often use in the context of corporate world. My friends in the corporate world use it on a daily basis, but then more recently I've started to hear that some of our UN friends as well use the term in the context of identifying the right people to lead on the job. And they use the term in relation to a person or an idea that challenges the status quo and pushes boundaries to introduce change. I've had the privilege of working with you, and during and sometimes also after your term, some of our traditional interlocutors described you as a disruptor, suggesting that you took a somewhat different approach to interpreting the mandate of the High Commissioner compared with your predecessors. And I've seen that too, and of course this is a minor non-political example, but Ambassador Vollebeck, you mentioned that this role entails, it's a grassroots oriented, and Madam Thors, you've approached it this way as well. Traditionally on a country visit, High Commissioners would usually start with meeting the authorities. You've intentionally flipped the logic of that, and you made a point about first wanting to meet with national minorities, meet with civil society organizations, so that you could hear their concerns and their aspirations and then convey these points to the authorities. Again, this is just a minor illustration, but I'm interested, how do you perceive, how do you reflect on the perception of you as a disruptor, and to what extent the political maybe context at that time in a way suggested or necessitate such an approach?
Well, when you ask that question, I got very perplexed. I, a disruptor, a very quiet, Nordic, maybe sometimes a little bit stubborn person being described in this way. But maybe there is something of a truth, because of course when I started the mandate, I listened very carefully to Knut. I read the fantastic works of Kemp about the quiet diplomacy and all those things. But in situations maybe where the conflict risk was not that big, I think we had to use our resources, our scarce resources, as well as possible. And what about if I thought I could be a better voice of reason if I knew what the situation was on the ground? I do also admit that some of my collaborators said, we see that you love to meet people, to interact with the children whom we wanted to get a good quality education, as was mentioned. And sometimes there was a very, very big sorrow when you saw the kind of schools you mentioned, Knut, or 30-year-old textbooks that you realized these are the last textbooks in their own language and they will soon disappear. So I think it was very much of that I wanted to be, to use the resources as well as possible, to be as a good, let's say, interlocutor as possible, and to convey then the message as you said. But I must also add to some things, because I think we had sometimes great difficulties in exactly, getting the integration of societies. We had also, Ilse remembers and the collaborator remembers, many countries tried to translate this word only into integration of minorities. When we were discussing integration strategies, it was, and sometimes maybe we should have paid more attention to the majority on our visits. I think this is one of the things I a little bit regret, because to get the understanding of the majority of what was the minority situation. And I also am very happy, Knut, I don't know if you noticed that in 2016, the Council of Europe adopted guidelines that they were saying explicitly were based on the principles of our guidelines, Ljubljana guidelines on the integrating of diverse societies. So I think that they have had a bigger influence than we directly seen, and we were very, very proud of those guidelines.
Thank you, Madam Tors. And of course, these guidelines and in general, the body of HCNM's thematic guidelines and recommendations has been employed by all successive High Commissioners as a very, very powerful tool in engaging with participating states, which is a point that brings me to Ambassador Zanje, High Commissioner in 2017-2020. Ambassador Zanje, most High Commissioners on national minorities have had previous knowledge and often close cooperation with the OSCE. You were the only High Commissioner who were previously employed by the OSCE. You were employed as a director of the Conflict Prevention Center and then as the Secretary General of the organization. Now, having transitioned from your latter role into the role of the High Commissioner on National Minorities, how did the broader organization-wide perspective, but also some of the relationships that you have developed as the Secretary General, inform the way you interpreted the mandate? What were the methodologies or strategies that you have transferred from one role into another?
Yeah, well, it had quite an impact, I have to confess. Well, first of all, it allowed me to hit the ground running. I knew the institution. I had already good cooperation with my predecessors from my perspective in Vienna. And this allowed me to start from day one, basically start planning the work and looking at the issues on the agenda. But I had also acquired a rather vivid sense of what was allowed and what was dangerous in a way, in terms of the way of operating. And I always tried to operate in a way that would avoid excessive politicization of our activities. And for that, I found great help in the body of recommendations and guidelines that we found, because this allowed us to put our work at a technical level. At the same time, I put at the disposal of the office the relations that I had developed and some of the issues on which I'd been working in my previous in my previous capacities. I remember, for instance, with the Estonians, Estonia not being the easiest country for High Commissioner to work with because of the issues on the agenda. And I was there at the Leonard Meri conference, and I met the president at the time, and we built on this relationship to get Estonian ownership for the set of guidelines we're working on. It was to do with minorities and digital media, or the issue of minority media in the digital age. And to the point that this became the Tallinn recommendations, and then we had the president herself coming to the launch, and it was so that helped us doing one of the things which I felt we needed to do, which was raise the profile of the office. Because I also felt it very important to make sure in this time where you need to be visible, in the media and all that the quiet diplomacy, while remaining important for a segment of the things we were doing, needed to be supplemented also by a higher profile visibility of the office. And I tried to export this also outside, even outside the OSCE area. We started organizing meetings in New York. I'd been working as Secretary General on strengthening the role of the OSCE as a regional organization under Chapter 8 of the UN Charter. And we organized meetings with other regional organizations, American states, the Arab League, the African Union, even the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, ASEAN, etc. And we use those to bringing the Ljubljana guidelines and trying to explain how we interpret conflict prevention in the OSCE through an institution like that of the High Commissioner. And we got people interested, surprised, and asking questions, and the UN organizing these meetings and having UN high-level officials from the UN attending. So I think this was a good way, a good platform also to show how the office could really act as a very effective instrument of conflict prevention, how it needed more support. What I also found was, to be very frank, I found it very positive to have a physical distance from the group of micromanaging ambassadors who were always on my neck in Vienna. And from here, I could also take the freedom of looking at the agenda, the issues that needed to be dealt with. The question that Knut was mentioning of the new minorities, I kept coming back to that with regular pushbacks from the representatives of the countries every time I met them. But this didn't stop us organizing events that were always going in the direction of, yes, this is the policy for national minorities, but it doesn't really stop there. Societies are more complex, and when you talk about integration of society, you need to take all elements into account, including the more recent developments. And then the other issue we started working on was the memory politics and controversial histories as one of the things. As we kept coming across symbols that were very controversial within societies, depending on which part of the society was looking at them and how and what they were seeing in them. And with an increasing polarization in the OSCE community and geopolitics becoming more and more prominent, these symbols were becoming increasingly divisive. And also the way history is taught, and the whole issue around education. So we started also working on these things, and I found them very relevant. Unfortunately, it's projects that require time. One of the regrets I have is for reasons that have to do with the larger question of OSCE governance. My mandate was terminated after 3 years, and I couldn't complete all the things I would have wanted to do, even though they were in excellent hands after my departure. But one of the things that Max van der Stoel had, apart from his great qualities, was also the time to work on issues and to deal with them and to try to bring them to terms. So this is one point that I would make very strongly also now that the issue of renewals are coming up. So I really wish that the members of the organization see the importance of maintaining in place officials who are doing an excellent job and let them get on with their work instead of interrupting it, again and again. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Zani. And your last point is also heard by some of the permanent representatives that you were far away from that are attending our anniversary today. So I'm sure they will take that into consideration. There is one point, it's fascinating, there's one point that cuts across your reflections up to this point, is how you, not only how you see and interpret the mandate within the time frame that you were given, but how you see beyond the time and you hand over to the next High Commissioner. Even in this conversation, there's a continuum in how you see in mid and long-term perspective as well. In that sense, High Commissioner Abdurrahmanov, we come to you. Now, if we look at the geographical trajectory of the origin of all High Commissioners, former High Commissioners since 1993, then of course we start with the Netherlands, then we move to Sweden, Norway, Finland, then in 2017 we go to the south. And then with you assuming the office in 2020 to the east. There is this, within the OSCE context, symbolic, perhaps in 2023, largely outdated division between the east of Vienna and west of Vienna. But then for the sake of argument, let's employ this notion. In that sense, you are the first OSCE High Commissioner on National Minorities from the east of Vienna, and more specifically from Central Asia. How significant is this factor in your interpretation and implementation of the mandate as you work to advance the interests and aspirations of national minorities and translate them into inclusive policies and inclusive legislation, especially now in the context of strong polarization that we experience in the OSCE?
Well, it's not a secret that I did expect such a question because it comes regularly, quite often. And I would like first and foremost to tell you how much I'm really significant. This is quite a significant moment for me, privileged to sit among those my friends who contributed enormously into the promotion of our common agenda and of the mandate of High Commissioner. And coming from the east of Vienna, I already used this term in my welcoming statement, has also above-mentioned significance for me. And first, like Knut, I want to use another anecdotal situation concerning myself. So I am first ever High Commissioner who needs to obtain visa in order to travel. Sometimes even to the, mostly obviously we are visiting participating states, and sometimes even beyond OSCE area. And can you, on one hand, we're always talking about freedom of the movement, as one of indispensable parts of the human rights. On the other side, even such a, according to some notes you received, decorated diplomat with diplomatic passport must have addressed some, issues like obtaining visa. And that's why, please, they use this opportunity in order to make sure that the new High Commissioners or new Secretary Generals, directors of the ODIHR or representatives on freedom of the media, I hope that they will come, that someone from the east of Vienna to occupy these prominent positions should, enjoy freedom of travel. On the other hand, literally I'm coming from quite a multi-ethnic and multi-confessional society of my own country, beloved Kazakhstan. At least my staff, and this is, in fact, this question is going probably to be included into the panel when we select our future staff. So my current staff knows by heart the name of my first teacher. So I'm pretty sure, but please relax, I'm not going to ask you now, but really I grew the name of my first teacher, and I still remember it. It was, well, yeah, we're talking about late 60s, early 70s, was Madame Ella Sergeyevna Bauer. So, well, as you can imagine, this was ethnic German, as we see, German minority in Kazakhstan, which is still very much significant. On the other hand, we never use this term of minority, but as soon as it is incorporated into my mandate, I have to do it. So my country, like many other countries in Central Asia, is with very rich history, with very rich culture. I know that many of you enjoyed its diversity during your trips there. On the other side, my country and our region has had quite a complicated past, and as a result, this kind of multi-ethnic population of Kazakhstan, multi-confessional one, has come to live side by side and in peace and harmony. And when we talk about peaceful coexistence of representatives of different ethnicities, religious groups, for me it's very much meaningful notion. And I'm so proud that my country is leading by example. But on the other side, there are so many challenges and threats to such a stability. And my another message is, please, let's consolidate all our efforts in order to make sure that this kind of peaceful coexistence to last forever, especially in such a multi and ethnic and diverse societies. As a career diplomat, and Zahid, you know it perfectly, I served in many countries, also to the east and to the west, to the south and to the west of Vienna. I learned principles how to promote, various kind of peace building, peace keeping initiatives. Here in the audience, as I mentioned to you, that one of our distinguished Secretary Generals, Judge Marc Perrin de Bruchambeau, remembers from his time in Hofburg how much efforts my country as well as other participating states invested into convening the first ever, and I hope not last, OEC summit in Astana in 2010. Moreover, how much efforts it took to reach a consensus on the final document of that summit, the one and only document of such nature in the history of the OEC in 21st century, Astana Commemorative Declaration. And together with the team of the OEC, with the Secretariat, I mentioned today specifically also other OEC institutions like ODIHR, ARFOM, Parliamentary Assembly of the OEC, we made it possible in spite of, well, probably, well, to my mind, not less dramatic developments that time. In the OEC area, we managed to reach a consensus. And so this is my deep hope that sooner or later we will be able not only to reach consensus on some matters which been just mentioned before me, but more importantly, that these kind of values of multiculturalism and ability to create sustainable and lasting solution to the world's most pressing issues to prevail, and we will reach our common goals. On the other side, as a historian by education, I am acutely aware of the shortfalls caused by mismanagement of issues related to the diversity. And all above mentioned documents, 9 sets of recommendations and guidelines served to a large extent as a guiding principle for decision makers also in my part of the world. And I, during my recent trips, well, By the by, during this kind of, 3 years in my office, I managed to visit almost all destinations, except probably one or two, those nations visited by my distinguished predecessors, starting from the Baltic area, Central Asia, Caucasus, Southeastern Europe, and many countries to the west of Vienna, and one of them is coming very soon. I'm talking about Norway in particular. And during all my trips, all doors for me been open. In spite of quite a critical issues, and you learned from this morning statements, they exist. In spite of all these kind of calamities and complications, all branches of power, and also representatives of civil society, and we really value very much interaction with them, and most of them representing national interests of national minorities, demonstrated their eagerness and readiness to address issues raised by me, sometimes in quite a discreet way, based on quite a legacy and heritage left by me, my distinguished predecessors. Sometimes I do not restrict myself in order especially to deliver some messages to the representatives of the youth, of the young generation, because finally they are going sooner or later to replace us also in our prominent positions. Thinking constructively and critically, to be mindful of needs to create viable and long-term term solutions. Probably this is what left for us by Max van der Stoel, creativity and imagination. Imaginative approach today, it is even more important in light of many challenges and threats to the peace and security we face. So I really do enjoy so much being representative of the region to the east of Vienna, my current statute, and I appreciate how the OEC community, and you learned from today's morning's statements, appreciative to the work of my team and myself. So whatever we reach today, whatever compliments I received in person today, it's to a large extent due to the teamwork. Two terms from sport being mentioned today. Hall of Fame, so it's probably more about this national NBA or other kind of Hall of Fames. So I believe that our people, those who are contributing enormously to the maintaining peace, preventing conflicts, deserve not less attention than various kind of celebrities. On the other side, Zahid mentioned the term of lateral. In football, at least in soccer, we use it for these, two players from the right and left, mostly defenders, those who, bringing this ball in order to score the goal. So probably I feel myself as a sort of playmaker, but I heavily dependent to my laterals and other members of my team, including you, Zahid. Thank you.
Thank you, High Commissioner. That's very kind of you, and of course it's a privilege for us to inform the work of you and all the previous High Commissioners. There's several common denominators that unite us in the perception of staff as us as advisors. But then one feature for me, it stands out, and it keeps inspiring me every day to do my job better. All of you, I've worked with most of you, are amazing listeners. You hear, you pay attention to details, you listen empathically, and then you put yourself in the shoes of those that need to be brought into the attention, as you mentioned, Ambassador. And this, in a way, brings me to my next question, which I hope all of you will reflect on, thinking of your terms. When we think about the mandate of the OSCE High Commission on National Minorities, in the way it has been conceived and in its architecture, there's this beautiful duality. On the one hand, we have principled and non-negotiable human rights, including minority rights. And then on the other hand, we have pragmatic conflict prevention and security interest, or self-interest on the part of participating states, if you will. And then if you remember the quote from Max van der Stoel, he alludes to these two facets, two ingredients of the mandate as well. Now, balancing these, and they're not contradictory, of course, they're mutually reinforcing, and we talked about this earlier today as well. But balancing these two ingredients, two facets, is something that each High Commissioner approached differently. Could you please, in any order that you feel like, reflect on how you've approached the task, both politically and analytically, and also in relation to some of the political and security trends that you have observed during your terms?
If I may start, I had great, what was the advantage of coming into the office when a number of countries also were trying to access the European Union. And I think, as we heard, both Max van der Stoel said, but also in Ilse's keynote speech, this is a rights-based organization. It's not that we don't care about the human rights and fundamental rights, but it's also then an institution that tries to be pragmatic in its approach and lead people. I very often used, because I think all the countries were members of the Council of Europe, and of course they have certain criteria. So I could say then I'm a little bit more liberal than the Council of Europe, so I can take you by the hand and lead you to the promised land if you listen to me. But then the EU was also a wonderful partner, and we may have broken some of the confidence thing by whispering to the EU that in some of their negotiations for the accession, why don't you put in such and such? And I think that was actually helpful. The problem, of course, with this, as we have, I think several earlier speakers have alluded to, that this is not an exam that you pass. I remember very well, and I'm not going to mention the country, but the first country I visited in 2007 after I took up as High Commissioner, the Foreign Minister looked at me and said, "High Commissioner, why do you come now? We are already members of the European Union." And then, of course, I became the schoolmaster telling the Minister that this is not an exam that you pass. This is something you have to deal with every day, every morning. You have to wake up and what can I do to avoid conflicts in my society and in my neighborhood? So I think and of course there are conflicts there, but I mean life is full of conflicts. But we have to remember it's a right-based, but at the same time a pragmatic organization that do not discard these rights, but use them in order to facilitate conflict prevention.
Well, can I continue on the path, because it was not always that silent, the advice of Max van der Stoel. I was member of the European Parliament when Slovakia had not yet started its negotiation because of minority issues. And in debates, there was always discussion, but we say, look carefully now. What is Max van der Stoel saying? Is he approving of this amended legislation or not? It was a very, very important yardstick for us. And if we are looking now into the future, if the EU is going to have an active enlargement, there might be a situation where, let's say, the similar carrot can be used. But of course, you know, the balance, Zahir, the question of self-interest and rights-based, if I may say quite clearly, it's not easy to advocate with force for rights-based approach if the country does not adhere to the principle of the rule of law, the trinity of rule of law, democracy, and human rights. If I may say, I think that there were the situations where you needed and you had to ask for the self-interest, to try to explain that it is for the stability of the country. And also in ages of misinformation. I mean, I remember situations we had so many countries who wanted to promote the and only one state language, which meant in practice that the country was much, much more open for misinformation from third parties because parts of the society did not understand what was going on and could in that way also create let's say, instability and conflict. So that was one example of let's say, asking for looking a little bit longer than the mandate period of your government and to look for the long-term stability. I also remember sometimes that I might have used, at least in internal discussions with my dear colleagues, the fairy tale about the wind and the sun who bet who will get the coat of the old lady. The wind blew stronger and stronger, but she kept the coat very closely to herself. Then came the sun, and she took it immediately off. I think that sometimes that kind of attitude tried to convey, to see, how, let's say, mild and human attitude is for the good of your country and all the stability. And I think also that when we look now at conflicts, we are going to have, we see all around the world, as Ilse mentioned, but also, very, very antagonistic conflicts, not driven by outside, not necessarily driven always at the first stage by weapons. But we say that we need to let's say, the identity politics. To fight the identity politics is also in the self-interest of different countries.
Yeah, from my perspective, I see the point of the tension between these two sets of issues, as you put it. I'm not sure there is a tension. To me, I always saw the mandate as a conflict prevention mandate, full stop, very clear. But the promotion of human rights is the key tool to achieve that. So that's what you work on. And you work on that at two levels. One is the things that have been described, the visits, talking to people, understanding the situation, putting on your own recommendations. But that is only part of it. There is another part which is also very important, and it's the network, the institutional network that you create around this. If I think back, I struggled to come up with an exhaustive list of partners we worked with. Take the Council of Europe and participation in meetings of the Council of Europe, very close interaction with the Advisory Committee of the Framework Convention, the Commission on Human Rights, then the UN and the Venice Commission, of course. Then the UN, and we have a presence, and I remember working with your predecessor on these issues, but I remember meeting the High Commissioner in Geneva and discussing with her a number of issues that we had, and working and speaking to the Human Rights Committee in Geneva. And of course the institutions, from UNHCR to a number of other, we were invited to the Security Council to report about some laws that were passed on education and language in Ukraine at the time when relations between Russia and Ukraine were extremely controversial, and basing ourselves on our own recommendations. I still remember that we, at the end of this meeting of the Security Council, I had both the Russians and the Ukrainians coming to thank us for what we had said. because we managed to preserve the kind of balance that was necessary. We avoided the politicization. But still, in all this, when you work on human rights, you need broad partnerships. And you need to reach out and to exchange views, to pass on information, to get information that complements the autonomous role and strengthens that. So that's the way I saw it, that's the way I interpreted it in my time.
Well, there were so many quotations from Honorable Max van der Stoel, and whatever he envisaged in his time, and this is my true belief, could not be more relevant to our current geopolitical realities. I will not go deeper into the details. And my experience, I mentioned to you about all doors opened before me and my distinguished team. It is quite a, as I said already, you need some kind of creativity when meeting all those people representing different communities, aspiring sometimes to the same goals and objectives on the other side, waiting from you some kind of meaningful contribution, meaningful improvement. We talked today about also pragmatism and realism been mentioned. So this is a sort of this phenomena which we are facing today. On the other side, thinking creatively and keeping an open mind, and while at the same time balancing, and in particular very carefully balancing among parties, and many of them are engaged today into the warfare. This is quite a highly demanded qualities, and I really cannot imagine how our first High Commissioner during above-mentioned disintegration of former Soviet Union and former Yugoslavia managed to reach an understanding with the authorities. Well, in my part of the world, and at least in my country, he's regarded as almost as a hero, one of those who really prevented spillover of various kind of socio-economic factors, that time dominating in our domestic scene into some, inter-ethnic or other kind of tensions. So that's why this is quite a lesson I'm learning. And well, this has been the guiding principle for implementation of the mandates, as now I'm even more convinced of my predecessors, and I want that our followers to keep this mandate as high as possible in order to prevent any conflict. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. One of the points, referring to the last point, High Commissioner, that you made, that we have been attempting to keep high on the agenda of the institution is related to the line of evolution that if we look at the past history, 30 years of the institution, we see this evolution cutting across the way we organize our work internally in the office. This line is also very present in the way we engage with our interlocutors, including the participating states. More recently, it's been evident in the way we approach human resources decisions as well, internally within the OSCE. But then also, it was very, very obvious in the context of preparing for this anniversary. We've been going through our photo archives. And when we were looking at the photos from the past 30 years and the evolution of the photos and actors in these photos, it was very obvious the point about gender mainstreaming, of course, in the work of the institution. Can I ask you to reflect? I don't know if we want to do that again, a retrospective analysis, or in the order that you prefer. To reflect on the role of gender issues in relation to how you approached your mandates, your terms, and also possibly in its correlation with the broader evolution of gender discourse over the years that you've been in the office.
Well, dear friends, in a way, I shouldn't have taken the floor, but let the gentleman do it. But still, I mean, during my tenure, and very much thanks to Jennifer Croft, who you will hear later in the afternoon, actually we adopted the first action plan according to the OSCE principles. It was an interesting exercise because it was not only related to the human resources, but we also wanted to look both at how we are approaching our interlocutors. Quite often we knew that it would be elderly men who would be representing the minorities because there was only one person that was representing. So we tried to pay attention to that. On the other hand, there could be some occasions where, let's say, the audience was mostly female because we continued to discuss very much education, and that is quite a female thing. But I'm very happy also today that you are now using the term intersectional discrimination, because we know that a minority woman from a marginalized group is the one that is quite often left the most behind. Her voice is heard at least resort. But the most interesting, I think, when we were applying the action plan, and we tried to start to discuss, conflict analysis from a gender perspective, that was not always so easy, but with the famous and formidable colleagues who would say, no, this is soft policy, this is not true. Even though we could point to two things which are very important, that sometimes when gender violence is rising in a country, the level of gender violence, this is one of the first early warnings that a conflict is coming. And also, we also know with deep conviction that when we have peace agreements, when we have settlements with women present at the table negotiating, they stand the time better. So it was kind of a little bit of a fight. It was not so much of a fight of let's say, in recruitments, human rights policies, our working procedures. It was more the kind of trying really to convince all that this is a good lens to do in your conflict analysis. That was the challenge.
Thank you. You mentioned the evolution over the 30 years, and I was reflecting on this now. If you look at Max van der Stoel's time, it was a small team moving around and doing mainly quiet diplomacy. We've come a long way from that. Ilse was mentioning earlier the win-win for everybody of a well-integrated society. So that is the target, in fact, for us on the long term. But if you want to achieve that, you need to empower women. We need to have everybody contributing, and that has to be at every level. Within the office, I think that there is a good balance inside the office, but in the implementation of the recommendations, of the guidelines, and I think we had a focal point in the mission in the office during my time, that was looking exactly at that, making sure that in the projects, the projects were all gender mainstreamed, so that we promoted in everything we did, we promoted a good balance. And I think that's the way in which the office needs to continue to go. Thank you.
Well, by quite I would say, robust steps undertaken by the distinguished team of the HCNM office, my predecessors led quite a substantial groundwork for gender mainstreaming in our, how we call it, programmatic and thematic activities. So I was, tasked simply to take these efforts to the next level, and mainstreaming gender has been one of the main priorities my team and I promoted. Really, it's so important, and I learned it also from my modest United Nations experience, especially serving side by side as permanent representative with such a distinguished person like Jan Eliasson of Sweden, who was, as you remember, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations. I really realized that to efforts that one should recognize that mainstreaming and reinforcing efforts in order to engage women into the peacemaking, peace-building process will be quite essential factor for the success of any peace negotiation. So I believe that even sooner or later I would like to observe, like all of you, some meaningful, peaceful talks among countries, those who, or parties, those who are now in conflict, and I really wish women to occupy quite a significant and prominent seats around the negotiating table. On other side, I want just to report before you that together with OEC Secretary General, with Helga Schmidt, please stay with us after lunch too in order to listen to the messages on behalf of our dear friend Helga. We proudly presented the results of our research into the, so we call it intersectionality between national gender and national minorities. And this study, and this is also quite a symbolic one, was conducted in cooperation with the OEC Gender Issues program as part of the project of the OEC, which called Win for Women and Men, strengthening comprehensive security through innovating and networking for gender equality. Although we have not yet managed to untangle all the complicated dynamics at the heart of exclusion and discriminations, this research, I believe, managed to bring some essential issues related to gender quite a high into our agenda. And as a result of such a collective efforts, and thanks to such a warm encouragement and feedback from the delegations, we presented these outcomes of that above-mentioned research at Hofburg earlier this year. We are thinking of my office, my team, exploring the possibility of producing specific policy advice on gender mainstreaming to complement the existing body of the OEC tools and instruments available to participating states. So I take this again another chance in order to encourage participating states to not simply highlight the importance of gender mainstreaming, but to take some meaningful steps in implementation of our commitments to that end. Thank you.
I suppose I'm the one that should be shameful of this podium then, since you needed an action plan after me. But at least what I had done then, Astrid, I had hired Jennifer Croft that you used for your action plan. So yes, of course. No, but that was, I just picked up with Jennifer since you mentioned her. But I guess you're right. I don't think we had, you have to correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we had a very kind of genuine gender thought, but I hired a lot of good women. I hired only good people, and there were equally men and women. So I think you had a wonderful group of women when you came to the office, after all. In addition then to Jennifer, that could make the action plan for you. But talking about the field, the countries, of course, you are right that there were a number of elderly men. But what I missed when you talk to the civil society, that was often the men, because there you had courageous, engaged women. So I felt often that in the societies where we were working, we also had to engage men, because they stayed away from some of these very constructive activities that we saw could help the society, being a cohesive society. So I think we still, I guess we need, well, I would say both genders today. That maybe not politically correct. There seems to be a number of genders, but that could be a little bit too complicated for us. But anyway, we need everyone in this work that we are doing in order to create cohesive societies.
Thank you very much for your reflections on this important topic, and indeed we will continue evolving that at a pace which is faster. Now, every good conversation must have a question about a do-over. So the question would have been, if you, as the High Commissioners, and this relates to the 3 High Commissioners here, could go back in time and do things differently, what would it be? But I'm going to save you from this question because my colleagues are hinting that we must be wrapping up gradually. And I will save this question for the next time, and I hope we're not going to wait for another 30 years to convene in such configuration. 30 seconds each. Okay, there's a strong desire to engage on this question, 30 seconds each. Those that are interested.
Well, from time to time, I ask my team to provide me with some quotes or citations from the past, from some prominent people. And I like one of these recently presented to me, a quote from, in fact, from Charles Dickens. Well, I mentioned to you the name of my first teacher. You know now her name. It was in remote Kazakh village, quite far from current civilization, I would say. So, and Charles Dickens was, well, integral part of our, curriculum. It was obligatory to learn Charles Dickens, but not this, obviously, because it's a bit, maybe it was too early for us to learn, but it was about A Tale of Two Cities. You remember this, bestseller, world-renowned. Yeah. So, just quotation, and it will remind you some, also current realities. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom, it was the age of foolishness. It was the epoch of incredulity, it was the season of light. It was the season of darkness, it was the spring of hope. It was the winter of despair. We had everything before us. We had nothing before us. We were all going direct to heaven, and we're all going direct the other way. Well, probably, Lamberto, you know that this other way, it is in La Divina Commedia, right, of Dante. So really, I believe that this is true also observation, probably of the current and situation, and I really wish to contribute by whatever is in my hand and in hand of my team to overcome such a situation.
If you're asking me something I would have done differently, I would have pushed ahead much faster on a project that started on controversial histories, because I thought it was very important, very relevant for what we did. We started, and that's something that's hanging here. We'll have to find a way to complete that. But I still remember, once one of the many crises around statues in the Western Balkan, a statement by the EU External Affairs Commissioner Füle, who told me we should put a blanket ban on monuments in the Western Balkan, full stop. And he was so frustrated at having to address all these things in the context also of the enlargement process, neighborhood things. And there are increasing examples of problems around this. They affect minorities, and this issue should be addressed.
First, I could a little bit in the same vein as you, Lambert, to say. We were struggling also to get the guidelines on minorities in the digital society and media forward, because I thought that this was the new area where you could address hate speech and other things. But time did run out. I think there are two things I would like to mention besides not talking much enough minorities. Maybe I should have been denouncing the misuse of minorities a bit more. We had a situation where countries already inside the EU club were excessively using minority rights. To name one, one example. And there are others. And that's something that in hindsight maybe would have asked a different approach, because we can see at the moment that the misuse is not helping those national minorities that are really in need. And secondly, of course, I regret that even though I was one of the last internationals that visited Crimea with Bob and the others, I wished I could have gone there earlier, because that would have been a valuable insight for the work to be done. I'm very grateful for the report you had published on your last day in office. It was a big tool for us, but I wish that I could have gone earlier on the ground to see the reality, and not the last time. That was first and the last time was the same.
To follow up on that, I regret that I was not able to go and deliver it myself, because I was not allowed to do that at the time. So that we can share that regret. But I'm not certain that I'm so good at thinking back. But I did a lot of wrong things, of course. But I can't really point to one specific. But if I came back as High Commissioner today, I would have been even more convinced of the relevance of the mandate and of the guidelines. I think I would have been even more, and hopefully then also convincing in my deliberations with the countries, because I see it's so relevant. I saw it at that time, but now in hindsight and with my own experience and with your experiences, this is such an important institution that we should really try to drive forward and uphold in the best possible way.
Thank you so much. Your reflections are deeply humbling, but also inspirational. Now, as we approach the end of this panel, please allow me this opportunity to harvest your wisdom one last time. A month ago, the OSCE Permanent Council convinced in its reinforced format to discuss, and I quote, critical challenges to the OSCE functionality. Yes, we are experiencing unprecedented challenges, yet despite them, the OSCE, its leadership and its institutions continue to carry important work. Now, if we zoom out and look back again at all 6 High Commissioners, there is one point that is present in the interpretation of the mandate by all High Commissioners, and we talked about this in the past. It is optimism and hope, despite the challenges and often against the evidence. If we take into account where we're now, recognizing the deadlock geopolitically, security-wise, and organizationally, and yet guided by optimism and hope, what would be one piece of wisdom or advice that you would like to share with us to guide us going forward?
You ask impossible questions. No, I think I have to repeat myself. You know, in my time, there was a great desire also to put the High Commissioner under the Permanent Council, that I should not do anything except agreed by the Permanent Council. And if that had happened, of course, today there would have been absolutely nothing. So the beauty of this mandate is its independence and its strength. As Ilse said, of course, we need interlocutors. So in spite of the fact that the High Commissioner can go on his own judgment and take up contacts stronger than the UN Special Rapporteurs, of course, we need somebody to talk to. So there are certain limits. But to uphold this autonomous body, together with ODIHR and Representative Freedom of Media, I think is fundamental for the organization, and that we see very clearly today. So should there be one advice to anybody in this hall from Vienna or from the institutions, keep the mandates sacred.
Is there much to add to that? But maybe I could be a little bit now of disruptor. Because I can see that, let's say, as I mentioned, for the coming years, enlargement 10 years, I think that there will be a lot to do. But I'm concerned that those who are really, the large perception of support of minority rights in Europe is not the same as when the mandate was conceived. That is what I'm concerned of. And also we see the conflicts now evolving around religion much more, which takes, I think, all the attention. These are my concerns. I'm not so optimistic, but the wise words of Knut is to take into account, and maybe also to continue to study how conflicts are now cheering even, let's say, stable so-called West of Vienna societies. I think that is something that you might be pushback, but I think it's something that where you must also pay interest, because that is getting the attention, and that's getting not only the political decision makers but also ordinary people.
Can I be blunt? We are approaching a potential major crisis, institutional crisis for the OSCE. So we will have to see. We don't know how this will play out. I really hope, as I said earlier, that mandates will be extended and that people, much appreciated like IRAT, can continue the work. But then you have always to hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. So if we end up with a messy situation at the end of the year, I think it's important to ensure that the office continues to operate. Now, 2 points I would make. First, the mandate is a mandate for the High Commissioner himself. But there is a difference, again, between the Max van der Stoel time and now. Now there is a set of guidelines, recommendations, all this that need implementing. There are projects, there are activities. The office can do those. So there is quite a space for a range of activities that can continue regardless of the discussion and the presence of the High Commissioner. Of course, the quiet diplomacy and that kind of thing will disappear. But some of these things can take place in the context of implementation of the work. So I think there should be no drama about the future of the office in itself. It's really more the reflection of a difficult political situation in which the organization finds itself. It's not a crisis of the OSCE as such, it's a crisis around the OSCE that is affecting it. The second point is that the office should start thinking about funding its activities. The budget of the OSCE has been blocked now for a number of years. I myself was looking at the model of the foundation that Max van der Stoel had set up, which then was closed down by, if I'm not wrong, by Rolf Ekeus, because at some point there were disagreements between the director and the High Commissioner himself. And I'm not sure how this whole thing played out, but lessons can be learned. And maybe returning to a system, and maybe a hybrid system, where the office can, through some initiative that goes in that direction, finance its own activities. I think that would be useful to complement also the budget that it receives, always increasingly smaller budget that affects also the activities of the office, through some initiative of that kind. So I would like to encourage some creative thinking also in that direction, to ensure that the office continues to operate on the basis of a very strong mandate that is there now.
Well, I wish to globalize this phenomenon of the OEC and in particular of HCNM and other distinguished institutions. I mentioned about this sport field, pitch with laterals, defenders, strikers, midfielders, but we are not, it's not about scoring the goal. It is like it was in Astana during above mentioned summit. It was win-win situation. And our leaders demonstrated their vision. It was a visionary leadership, and I will not name all those who, heads of state or government or foreign ministers, those who contributed to its success. And what is quite clear is that Astana summit demonstrated that with enough political will, as well as with capital, especially, and that's why I continue insisting before some nations and organizations with capacity. Please continue investing economically, financially, including into human capitals of the countries like in Central Asia or Caucasus, and in those countries, those who are striving to be sustainable. That with all this visionary leadership and political will, it's possible to put our differences aside and work together. Not only for our, and it was also so today mentioned, shared commitments and common goals, but also in order to preserve the future of our beloved organization. And I am realistic enough, and I recognize that today we have significant, if you will, reverse from our path, but I remain hopeful and I true believer of that we could find our way back. And I have faith in participating states, those who founded this organization. And what drives my optimism is the firm belief that common sense will prevail and we will eventually and inevitably come together again. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. With this invaluable and visionary advice, we're now better equipped to look and step into the future with renewed optimism and hope, while remaining realist and a little bit idealist as we implement the mandate of the institution. Further, for this, allow me, on behalf of our audience, express our deepest appreciation for your time, for your wisdom, for your dedication to this important conversation and to the work of the institution. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in a round of applause to our distinguished guests. And thank you all very much for being here. And for now, we will break for lunch. And we will reconvene at 2 o'clock to continue with our very important and very interesting conversation. Thank you all very much. Enjoy your meal.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2. Ladies, excellencies, excellencies, excellencies. I'm doing microphone test. No, no, no. Thank you, thank you. 1, 2, 3. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that works. That seemed to work. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 1, 2, 3. Excellencies, dear experts, we'll start in a few minutes.
Nie sieść?
One, two, three, four, five. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear HCNM friends, good afternoon. My name is Elżbieta Kuzborska. I'm Senior Legal Advisor to the High Commissioner, and today I have an important announcement to make. Today, a new set of HCNM recommendations to the OSCE participating states on social and economic participation of national minorities, a new set was published. And I believe, a round of applause. Well deserved. I believe that after this session, this document will find its rightful place on your desks, on a desk of every decision and policy maker around the OSCE area. Why? Because it's a comprehensive policy guide on how to make our societies more resilient to conflicts. It also paves the way for greater prosperity and growth. How did it happen? Well, actually, successive high commissioners observed that social and economic inclusion is an important factor of integration, democracy, and effective participation. And the incumbent High Commissioner, Ambassador Kairat Abdrahmanov, made it his office's priority. He organized a number of international high-level events to engage with the UN, with regional organizations to discuss the topic. Also, during his country visits, he would engage with authorities to learn about good practices, but also obstacles when it comes to socioeconomic inclusion and sometimes exclusion. He would also contract world-renowned experts to work on the draft text. Why? Why socioeconomic angle in our conflict prevention portfolio? Actually, there are three arguments that justify it. Number one, security argument. The interconnectedness between conflict prevention, national minorities, and socioeconomic inclusion is a well-established fact. Number two, human dimension argument. Because social and economic rights of national minorities are human rights. And number three, the economic argument. All society benefits from greater inclusion of national minorities in socioeconomic affairs. As you can see, this reflects perfectly the OSCE notion of comprehensive security. And I promise you that this and many more will be unpacked during today's session. And now it is indeed my privilege to present to you our drafters. Ms. Jennifer Croft was a senior legal advisor to the HCNM. She also served as the deputy head of the Human Rights Department at ODIHR. Earlier in her career, she worked with the US State Department and US Agency for International Development. And currently, she is the city ombudsman in Portland, Oregon, where she advocates for fairness and justice in city services. Dr. Fernand de Varenne, UN Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues, adjunct professor at the National University of Ireland, Galway, and visiting professor at the Université Catholique de Lyon, the author of countless publications in more than 30 languages. Dr. Jennifer Jackson-Priest is Associate Professor of Nationalism at the London School of Economics and Political Science, with a joint appointment in the European Institute and the Development of International Relations. She is an expert on problems and practices of nationalism, human and minority rights, and of course, conflict prevention. Dr. Andrea Karstocia is senior researcher and head of the Cluster Equality and Inclusion at the ECMI in Germany. Her main research interests include the participation of national minorities in social economic life, social justice, and inclusive education. And Mr. William Romans is head of operations with the Dispute Resolution Service of the World Bank Accountability Mechanism, supporting access of independent and impartial conflict resolution options for communities impacted by projects that received World Bank financing. He has worked in international organizations for over 20 years, in UN, OSCE, including HCNM, and EU. So now we'll start our round of questions about the newest set of HCNM recommendations. Jennifer, you were a pen holder during that process, and as in the case with other HCNM recommendations, this text also begins with setting out a number of general principles. So could you please highlight some of those?
Yes, is it working? Okay. Thank you very much, Elżbieta. I should say today I'm here speaking in my personal capacity as one of the experts that helped to put together these recommendations, and it was really an honor to be part of this esteemed group, and really nice to work again with the High Commissioner's Office. So time wouldn't really allow me to go through all of the general principles that are in the recommendations, but I will highlight a few of the key elements. One is that facilitating the effective social and economic participation of national minorities requires states to work to achieve the full realization of social and economic rights for everyone in society. And we've already heard quite a bit about human rights today, but these are also rights that are firmly enshrined in international law. As well, the OSCE participating states have made political commitments recognizing that ensuring economic and social rights is linked to peace and security. And these are universal human rights. They're interdependent and necessary for the exercise of other human rights. For example, it would be hard to exercise your right to go participate in a peaceful assembly or to vote if you are seriously ill because you don't have access to health care. One of the ways that social and economic rights are different, for example, from political and civil rights, is that the International Covenant refers to their progressive realization. And this does recognize that states do have different resource levels, which is, of course, also true in the OSCE region. But it's not a pass. All states, no matter what their economic situation is, should be actively working to realize these rights. And one of the minimum obligations that all states have is ensuring that these rights can be exercised without discrimination. And this is one of the key principles. So one of the other key principles in these recommendations is the importance of the protection against discrimination, which entails states having in place comprehensive anti-discrimination legislation and ensuring adequate legal remedies to implement and enforce it. And not only having that in place, but also taking active steps to disseminate information, both within the public sector and also the private sector, about combating discrimination and those available remedies. And anti-discrimination provision should also reflect and take into account intersectionality and prohibit discrimination that takes place on more than one ground. In these recommendations, age and gender are really strongly emphasized as factors that can compound discrimination against national minorities and make them more vulnerable to social and economic exclusion. And that emphasis on minority women and youth is really something that continues throughout the text. Women, because of course, as we know, gender bias and discrimination unfortunately remain very widespread. The issues like the gender pay gap are very real. And for minority youth, inequalities that can affect them in, for example, education or employment can have cumulative effects that last the rest of their lives. These recommendations are also very clear that targeted measures that are needed to overcome social and economic inequalities that affect national minorities, and particularly minority women and youth, that those kinds of measures do not constitute discrimination. The last point I'll mention is just the need for equality and transparency in budgeting. The recommendations, it's also one of the principles that national minorities should be allocated resources at the same level proportionately as majorities, and in some cases to address systemic inequalities, they may need additional resources. And states should also be transparent about how budget funds are being allocated so that any disparities that affect national minorities can be identified and rectified.
Thank you, Jennifer. Fernand, Jennifer just set the scene for our discussion and how these principles and how in general socioeconomic inclusion and participation is important from conflict prevention perspective.
Thank you very much. Bonjour tout le monde. Good afternoon, everyone. I think it's important to highlight, which in a way the recommendations do, that behind many conflicts and to address conflicts, to prevent conflicts, one has to address the grievances of exclusion and discrimination, particularly in the field of socioeconomic participation. It means jobs. It means also wider participation in society. And there is a quite interesting 2017 joint study of the United Nations and World Bank, I think even the only one until now, that addressed the issue of conflict prevention. And what it highlighted, in my opinion, was that one of the main root causes of conflict, violent conflict around the world, are grievances around exclusion and discrimination. And it's written in different ways. What it also highlights that it is the exclusion of marginalized groups within society that is behind the increase in the large, significant number, increasing number of internal conflicts around the world. And it's actually in a sense that these recommendations highlight the need to increase, to make sure there is a fair participation of minorities in the area of economic and social life. That is perhaps one of the keys to addressing some of the main grievances around violent conflicts around the world. And this is perhaps one of the most significant contributions of these recommendations. It highlights why and how we should address these grievances which are, in fact, one of the symptoms, if you will, the reasons for the increasing number of conflicts, violent conflicts that we have. And this point, if I may, is a point which I don't think we have acknowledged sufficiently at the United Nations and other regional organizations. Today, we have more violent conflicts than we've ever had since the Second World War. Most of these are internal conflicts, and most, not all, but most involve grievances from minority or indigenous groups around the world. We perhaps at the United Nations and with other regional organizations should be focusing more at where we have some of the main sources of instability in the world, where particularly marginalized groups feel excluded or discriminated or somehow not fairly treated in terms of their participation in society, especially in the economic and other areas. So I think this is the added value that the OSCE High Commissioner on National Minorities has been able to deliver. An area which is essential for conflict prevention today around the world, which has perhaps too often been neglected. And even at the United Nations, we've actually, I think, acknowledged that. And the next forum on minority issues of the United Nations in Geneva in December is actually on the socio-economic participation of minorities, and inspired, in fact, but what this distinguished panel, including myself, and the High Commissioner have been able to contribute. One last comment. This is about minorities and their human rights, and I'll probably have time to add something else about that. But it is also about all governments, all states in the world. Because with the increase of violent conflicts that we have today, at a scale that we've never seen since the Second World War, we also now have a displacement crisis worldwide. We have more displaced people, mainly connected to the rise in conflicts, by the way, more displaced people than we have ever had in human history. We have twice the number of displaced people that we had during the Second World War. These people are desperate. We are talking millions and millions of people, which is why these people will actually go where it is safe, where they may have a future, including a future for their children, an economic, social future. So there will actually be increased pressure on the borders of all countries in the world, because we do not live in a world now where we can actually ignore these massive numbers of desperate individuals. They'll come by sea, by air, by whatever means they need. So we need to focus on some of the root causes of conflict prevention that leads to these humanitarian crises and huge, dramatic increase in the number of displaced people around the world. This is the added value that we are actually offering. We need to focus on perhaps what is some of the main factors of violent conflicts and displacement in the world. Injustice, but also denial of the human rights, the fundamental rights of minorities, leading to conflict in many parts of the world. Thank you.
Thank you for your crucial remarks, actually, when it comes to conflict prevention and socioeconomic inclusion. Jennifer Croft just mentioned the situation of minority women and youth. And during the drafting process, you were specifically asked to reflect on the situation of minority women and youth, and how are those angles reflected in the text?
Thank you, Elżbieta. Well, I think this is actually an enormously significant contribution of these particular guidelines. We've already talked today about the ways in which, through consecutive recommendations, the thinking around women and girls, around intersectionality, now also around youth, has developed. And you can see that very much reflected within these guidelines. So the approach is definitely building on that idea of intersectionality, on the appreciation that minorities have multiple identities, which we can trace all the way back to Ljubljana, and is wanting to reflect fully, picking up what Fernand said, on how these distinct disadvantages, specifically encountered around gender and age, act as root causes which can push towards exclusion and ultimately, of course, towards conflict within societies. So the recommendations are an invitation to member states to consider the unique ways in which women, girls, and youth face compounded disadvantage because they are not only persons belonging to minorities, but also encounter other forms of entrenched disadvantage related to their gender, related to their age. And the invitation is for states to think about ways in which their participation and their contributions can be facilitated. For example, when we look through the draft recommendations, you will see that there is explicit mention around women, girls, and youth when we talk about education, when we talk about vocational training, where we talk, for instance, about access to the labor market. In both of those scenarios, it is essential for states to work with women and youth to understand the experiences that confront them and to make sure that positive measures are in place that will be able to support and sustain the contributions, the important contributions that they have to make within social and economic life in society. At the same time, another very important contribution of this recommendation is the discussion around social welfare, particularly, of course, health, and there as well, special emphasis on reproductive health, on the importance of making sure that women and youth are able to access this and to access it in a way that is respectful of their identities, of their circumstances, so that they are able to fully benefit from this. This is, of course, very much resonant with the human rights and justice approach, but it's also entirely pragmatic. Because when we want to ensure social cohesion, stable societies going forward, we need to make sure that everybody is able to contribute to achieve that goal. And it is imperative that we do this by making sure they are a part of that so that they see a future for themselves. And in doing that, of course, we have a future for all of us, which can be protected from marginalization, from violence against women, which, as we know, can be a trigger, an indication of things going wrong, and equally a protection against radicalization and extremism among young people, which can also be a way of things going wrong. So it is an important contribution that we have here, really drawing attention to the lived experience of women and youth and the fundamental importance of taking intersectionality seriously as this is being implemented.
Thank you, Jennifer. Actually, facilitating the participation is something that I would like to take further. And Andrea, the recommendations outline the importance of institutional and policy measures for facilitating the participation of national minorities in social and economic life. So could you please expand on the kinds of measures states might set up to this purpose?
Thank you. Before starting to outline some of the policies and institutional measures that states can take, I just wanted to take maybe 30 seconds to outline the importance of these policies and measures and outline some of the barriers that national minorities face throughout Europe and beyond in accessing basic services, basic public services. In terms of education, a fundamental right, sometimes the costs for bilingual or for multilingual education make this kind of education unavailable or difficult to access. Sometimes minorities live in geographically remote areas where to get to school, you need to walk for several kilometers. So access is difficult. Because of this remoteness, sometimes such minorities face a high teacher turnout, which means that the educational outcomes at the end are lower. Where national minorities live in concentrated areas, it is quite often the case that the infrastructure is underdeveloped. In terms of healthcare, we know that minorities are less likely to seek medical attention, and this can be either for lack of medical insurance or lack of trust sometimes, or simply a matter of communication of language. We can think of employment, and we know that unemployment figures are often higher among national minorities. Some national minorities are forced to rely on informal employment, think of Roma. And in terms of housing, well, again, the case of Roma, housing is often segregated and of much, much poorer quality. Now, moving on to your question about what can we do, what states can do to improve the situation. Broadly speaking, states can take simply targeted measures. So where there is a case of very low access to healthcare for a certain minority, they can sort of intervene and take direct measures. Equally well, they can try to take general policies, perhaps where you have minorities concentrated in a specific region, measures for improving access to public services for the whole region, so not directly for the minority, will also help this minority access better public services. Or states can also take integration policies where they encourage cooperation and collaboration among majorities and minorities. Throughout, regardless of which way states decide to go, what is really important is that they maintain a meaningful dialogue with national minorities throughout the implementation of such measures. And this can be done through either standing bodies, establishing new ones, or simply enhancing the capacity of existing ones. And here is maybe the moment to say that there are many such consultative bodies, advisory bodies, who usually advise on maybe cultural matters or other matters of interest to minorities, and their mandates can simply be expanded to also encompass socioeconomic rights. Also, what we found important throughout the drafting of the recommendations is that regional and local authorities should be able to decide, should be given enough powers so that decision-making is as close to these minorities as possible and they can contribute as much as possible. And a few words about concrete areas of intervention, and I already hinted at this in my introduction where I outlined the barriers to accessing public policies. Well, I think Jennifer will speak a bit more later on about education, but what is important here is that states should ensure equal access to skills. This is important for everyone and especially for national minorities. In terms of housing, there are many measures that states can take to reduce homelessness or to combat housing segregation where that happens. It is important to think about how and to what extent members, national minorities can afford housing in terms of their access to financing solutions. And related to this, it should also be an important measure to take to prevent discrimination in both accessing housing, but also in accessing financial services. In terms of employment, well, measures to reduce unemployment in regions inhabited by national minorities. It is important to make sure that minorities, members of national minorities, receive fair pay without discrimination. And it's vitally important that youth and women are included in this measure, both for the future of minorities and also where women, and not only women in the end, also men, have to be able to access paid parental leave. And this is particularly important for those minorities who have to rely on informal work, because then they do not have access to such services. And in terms of healthcare, public health information should be inclusive, culturally sensitive, and also offered in languages accessible to national minorities. And sometimes the use of health mediators helps, as has been demonstrated, again, with the case of the Roma minorities. And throughout accessing healthcare, minorities should be able to do so without facing discrimination. And one last remark before my time runs out is that these measures should be approached holistically because they relate to each other. So inequalities in one sector, let's say inequalities in accessing employment, have reverberate into the quality of housing that the family can afford and have connections to the kind of health status they have. If they live, like many Roma do, in insalubre conditions, this has an impact on their health and so on. So they are all interrelated. So measures should be conceived holistically, not just one by one.
Thank you, Andrea. And I think it's important to underline what you said, that socioeconomic measures of inclusion should be perceived as a part of wider integration strategies or targeted economic policies. William, drawing upon your experience working with HCNM as well as other international organizations, how do you see the practical use of these recommendations?
Well, I think maybe to begin with, congratulations on launching the recommendations. I think they're a huge, significant addition, actually, to the repertoire of knowledge. The High Commissioner in his introduction actually sets out the ways in which they will be used. and I think maybe I can identify 3 of those. The first way, in fact, is to, as has been mentioned earlier, the build that repository of knowledge for the HC, for the High Commissioner, the strengthen the High Commissioner's toolkit, as it's often referred to. So it's an investment in building that knowledge, supporting the practice of the High Commissioner, supporting the function of the High Commissioner when the High Commissioner needs to do a bit of gentle arm twisting in participating states. And I think when the High Commissioner walks through the door, it's not just the High Commissioner walking through the door, it's 30 years of experience of the institution walking through the door. And that's important. The institution of the High Commissioner has been very good at documenting its practice internally, in building that up, an internal analysis. So it really strengthens the options available to the High Commissioner when approaching these disputes. The second thing, I think, is to offer practical tools to policymakers in participating states, and this is probably the critical one, the most important one. There is real expertise, and you very generously introduced the whole panel as being world-renowned experts. All I can say is I'm happy to sit next to them. But there is real expertise in those recommendations, and I think they will go on to be recognized for that. It's important to say, I think, that it's not giving away any trade secrets, but one of the most powerful capacity-building tools of the High Commissioner is in the advice it can give to participating states in shaping its policy, and particularly in drafting its legislation. And one of the most powerful tools which the High Commissioner uses is in its direct contacts with line ministries when they are developing policies on national minorities. And the High Commissioner's legal teams, and of course the policy teams as well, can really be of great influence in shaping long-term policy within participating states by using this toolkit. And those policy teams, those legal teams, they can rest back on that body of experience and knowledge and apply that to actually solving practical issues. And the final thing, the third point which the High Commissioner mentions in his introduction, is it advocates for increased engagement of participating states themselves in promoting regional cohesion and stability. And that's really important. At the end of the day, it's the participating states that have to do the work. They're the ones who have to make the policies. They're the ones who have to make the changes. And from my experience working with the institution in the past, some of the times when I've seen the High Commissioner be most effective is when they are supporting a dialogue between participating states, and those participating states are using these recommendations, the guidelines, as, if you like, a template for discussions in approaching very difficult issues between them. And that, I think, is the third very important use, as I see it, of the recommendations. And maybe just to conclude on this remark, I think these recommendations do stand on the shoulders of the recommendations that come before, and it's important to recognize that. Many of the colleagues, High Commissioners, predecessors in this room today worked on that past body of recommendations. My favorite one, the Bolzano-Bozen, you shouldn't really have favorites, but that was my favorite one. You'll see that the evolution of that idea reflected in these recommendations when you look to sections such as regional and geographic dimensions. So it is very much a continuation of the work that the institution has been doing.
Indeed, and multiple references to our previous recommendations in the text, they also speak to the same truth. Thank you for highlighting especially the wide scope of the use of those recommendations. Jennifer, as a former advisor to the HCNM, you know that education has been a prominent theme in the HC's work, and you worked on the issue in different countries. Could you speak to how these recommendations address the issue of education in the context of social and economic participation?
Mm-hmm. Sure, yeah. Well, as you said, education has long been, I think, one of the really core issues that the High Commissioner has worked on because it's an issue that can be very sensitive. It's obviously very tied up with language and culture, and the office has tended to focus, I believe, more on multilingual and intercultural education, and these recommendations do build on that and then apply specifically that lens of social and economic participation. And in the recommendations, education is part of the section on public goods and services, so really highlighting the point that education is a public good that everyone should have access to without discrimination. Andrea mentioned this, but that education systems need to give everyone the skills and knowledge they need to participate effectively in social and economic life. And this means not just any type of education, but really quality education. And this is something the speaker from the State Department this morning emphasized, that quality education can be a really important, powerful means of social and economic advancement for minorities. So to make sure that education is of high quality for all, states need to be making sure to collect and analyze disaggregated data about educational outcomes. And then when gaps are identified, making sure that any policies or measures that are developed are done so in consultation with minority communities, including parents and young people. And those kinds of positive measures can take different forms. It could be targeted scholarships, incentives for teachers to work in particular schools, maybe additional funding for certain programs or schools in certain communities. And then there may be a need for further positive measures to address specific obstacles that minority girls might experience in the education system. And then technical and vocational education and adult education and retraining are not so much the traditional areas where the High Commissioner's Office has been involved, but they're especially important in this area of social and economic participation. And national minorities need to be able to have access to those programs. Those should also be high quality programs. So that minorities can also compete on equal footing in the labor market, and particularly with retraining, be able to adapt to new needs, not least because changes in technology mean it's very easy for people to fall behind and their skills to become less competitive. Finally, education's power as a tool for integration is also closely linked to social and economic participation. So the education system should be not only teaching about equality and non-discrimination, so that young people are aware of their rights when they first go to apply for a job or try to rent an apartment or visit a doctor, but those education environments also need to be not just teaching about intercultural understanding, but actually fostering that interaction by being inclusive environments. And we know, of course, how important multilingualism is for effective participation in social and economic life, both for minorities and for majorities. And education systems, of course, have a really key role in that, both by promoting knowledge of the state language, also making sure that national minorities' right to learn their language or receive instruction in the minority language is also protected and promoted, and then also learning other languages that are important in the regional and global economy.
Thank you, Jennifer. Indeed, education is one of our most important angles in conflict prevention, and it goes without saying that the right to education is one of the human rights of national minorities. So, Fernand, what's the connection between the recommendations and fundamental human rights obligations?
Thank you very much, Ella. I think you will have heard already quite a few times my My colleagues here mentioned the element, the importance of equality and non-discrimination. And at the end of the day, many, perhaps most of the recommendations are actually based on, premised on these human rights standards. The reality in many parts of the world is that many minorities are actually excluded or disadvantaged for a number of reasons. They therefore face barriers in a number of areas, perhaps in education or access to healthcare and other public services. And that's why the human rights, fundamental human rights, actually permeates completely, I would say, the recommendations. Many of them actually directly demonstrate how a non-discriminatory approach in relation to minorities can be applied in a number of areas of social and economic life. And I think that's the added value, once again, the dimension that we have developed a bit further. And let me emphasize the connection between human rights also, and, if I may, and conflict prevention. I think we forget lessons of the past. If you look at the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which is, by the way, a document directly connected to the atrocities, if you will, that occurred during the Second World War, it actually says this: whereas recognition of the inherent dignity and of the equal and inalienable rights of all members of the human family is the foundation of freedom, justice, and peace in the world. By the way, I think we forgot that importance of that principle. Whereas disregard and contempt for human rights have resulted in barbarous acts which have outraged the conscience of mankind, and whereas it is essential, if man is not to be compelled to have recourse as a last resort to rebellion against tyranny and oppression, that human rights should be protected by the rule of law. In the 1990s, we realized in the international community that many of the conflicts, those of you who have rather gray hair or missing a lot of hair, you may remember the 1990s. In the 1990s, we had the threat, but also a large number of violent conflicts in Europe, Central Asia, and other parts of the world. What was done during that period? That was a key period in our history where we developed a number of instruments guaranteeing human rights in order to achieve peace and stability. This is the time, 30 years ago, that we established the High Commissioner on National Minorities. This is the period, the era, we actually adopted the Universal Declaration on the Rights of Minorities at the UN. This is the period where we created the Framework Convention for the Protection of National Minorities, the European Charter for Regional or Minority Languages, the Copenhagen Criteria for admission of the EU, which actually includes protection of minorities. Why? Because there cannot be peace without justice, including in areas of socio-economic participation, by the way, which we've elaborated. It is all based on human rights, recognizing our equality and dignity. And yet, in practice, well, first of all, 90 years ago, we started, in fact, what was needed to better understand and elaborate what are the human rights of minorities in order for us to try to avoid conflicts, violent conflicts in Europe and elsewhere. It worked well initially. But I think we've dropped the ball, to use a colloquial expression in English. I think we've lost the focus because, as I said earlier, we now actually have more violent conflicts in the world than we've ever had since the Second World War. Most of these internal, domestic, many of them actually involving minorities that have grievances of exclusion. So we have not finished the story of better understanding and protecting the human rights of minorities. In areas such as education, we still have cases where minorities are in fact prevented from being educated in their own language. And we at the United Nations have clearly said that's a violation. That is discriminatory when it's reasonable and feasible to provide education in their language and also to learn the majority language or the official language as such. One last example of the importance of human rights. One of the main barriers of participation of minorities in social and economic life is denial of citizenship. And we actually have a provision, a recommendation dealing with that. Unfortunately, in the world today, denial of citizenship for specific minorities that are targeted, actually does happen and is the main cause of statelessness around the world. The Rohingya in Myanmar, for example, 1 million of them were denied citizenship in the 1980s and 90s. They therefore cannot participate in most aspects of economic and social life. It is a discriminatory denial, in fact, in those cases, because that minority is specifically targeted. There are provisions and laws and practices that are intended to deny them citizenship. And that's why it's important to recognize that national minorities have a right to citizenship and a right not to be denied citizenship when they have a clear connection, even a connection of many generations in the state. It is all, in a sense, the connection between human rights and these recommendations that are at the core of the participation of minorities and also of the prevention of conflicts, as we saw in the past. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Fernand, again for reminding us about the nexus between conflict prevention and fundamental human rights obligations, and how we worked hard for the last 30 years to promote this link, and how much work yet to be done in that direction. Jennifer, this set of recommendations includes an important section on digital inclusion. Can you explain what digital inclusion involves and why it is necessary for social and economic participation of national minorities?
Thanks, Ella. And I think at this point, it's also important to acknowledge the context in which these recommendations came to be. These were, of course, the recommendations that were produced during the COVID-19 pandemic, during lockdowns, meeting on Zoom, in a world that was suddenly very different to the one we take for granted. There's something, I think, quite poignant about writing about social and economic participation when all of the normal ways in which we participate in the social and economic world suddenly stopped. And that section stands as a recognition of what happened then, but also the changes that are very much now upon us and became very manifest during that particular moment. So now, and I'm sure forevermore, when we think about minority rights, we have to take the digital world seriously. There's simply no way around it, because this is now a glaring source of inequality that disproportionately affects persons belonging to minorities. So when we talk about digital inclusion, what we need to be thinking about is not only the ability to access digital technologies, but also more fundamentally, the ability to use it effectively. And again, think about what happened during the pandemic. Everybody started working online. Children started being educated online. You needed to see a doctor, you had to go online. What happens, of course, if you don't have the sufficient technology to be able to do that? The learning deficits suffered by children from minority backgrounds were disproportionate compared to those who were not. The inability of minorities to be able to access essential welfare and health services compounded by the fact that they were also, of course, deeply enmeshed in digital divides, the gaps in being able to have the right technology and to have the skills to use it. So that section of these guidelines is, I think, opening up our thinking, and I'm sure there will be more of it, around the ways in which we need to adjust our understanding of minority rights to fully take account of the new digital world in which we live and of the ways that is shaping and changing our societies, our economies, the way we learn, and so on. So in the draft recommendation that you will now have available to you, you will see that that sense of digital inclusion wants policymakers to take seriously both the infrastructure to make sure that there is sufficient infrastructure, broadband of a sufficient speed that will be able to sustain economics and learning in the way that now is required, that it is present within border regions where minorities, of course, are often located, that there is sufficient application interfaces to be able to facilitate the use of this technology that has to be available, of course, in languages that minorities can understand, not just in the world-leading languages or the official national language, but the minority's own language, and in content that's culturally relevant and also produced by the minority, and the minority then in that sense as well, being engaged in digital economies as a part of being able to produce that. And then finally, the minorities need to have the confidence and the ability to be able to make use and produce this new digital content, digital business skills, and so on. So it is very much an in-the-round understanding of what real equality in the digital world needs to encompass and the ways in which we can begin to move in that direction.
Thank you, and thank you for reminding us about the changing world and the need to fortify minorities against fragility that new technology settings might put marginalized groups into, including digital inclusion. Andrea, data collection is highlighted in the text of recommendations as a very important element in creating effective policies for facilitating the participation of national minorities in social and economic life. What can you tell us about the kinds of data we need to know and in which data should be collected?
I would start by saying that having available data is fundamental to creating good, effective policies. And the reality right now is that data across Europe and beyond is unevenly collected. Depending on the minority group, depending on the policy sector, we know far less about digital access of minorities than we know perhaps about access to education. It's simply differently collected across countries. Some countries don't collect ethnic data, others collect data about language, others differentiate between maternal languages and languages spoken every day. So there needs to be more coherent and more structured data collected. Regarding the kinds of data that are needed for policymaking in the field of socioeconomic participation, there are data about, of course, the different policy sectors that I've just outlined before. And data needs to be disaggregated by ethnicity, language, religion, age, gender, and geographical distribution, of course. But also an important type of data which is not normally collected and it's so needed in this field is data about policies, about existing or already implemented policies. When we're looking for examples of good practice in access, improving access of various minorities to healthcare or improved housing, we don't really have that many policies available which have been evaluated, monitored, and whose impact has been measured. Having access to this kind of data would mean that we can establish already which would be good practices. We could assess transferability and feasibility to other cases. So this type of data is also essential in taking further the participation of national minorities to social and economic life. Concerning the modalities in which data should be collected, I've mentioned the fact that we need disaggregated data, but also what is really, really important is that the collection process involves persons from minorities themselves and involves them at all stages, from the drafting of the methodology, what kind of information we want to obtain, going through analysis, and also the stage of data protection should involve members of national minorities. Maintaining a minority perspective in how we understand and how we assess participation in social and economic life is very important, because working with people from this background helps a better understanding of what are the barriers, what are the important questions that a data collector should ask when assessing the levels of participation in a certain field. And also very importantly, and this is my last remark, institutions which have responsibility in data collection should constantly consider the interests of national minorities. They can do so either by hiring people with minority background, making sure these minorities are regularly consulted in the data collection processes. And it's only in this way that we can have really the best data for building further policies.
Thank you, Andrea. Thank you for reminding us about the essential element for any targeted policy, which is indeed data collection, because numbers matter. And William, talking about numbers, can you highlight a recommendation that deals specifically with the economic angle? And why is socioeconomic inclusion of national minorities a wise choice for states to make?
Thank you, and I will get to your question, but first I was, perhaps to show the diversity of views on the panel, I wanted to come back to Dr. de Varenne, what he said earlier. He emphasized very much the rights-based nature of these recommendations, and I would go some way to agreeing with that. They're certainly consistent with the human rights approach, and they are certainly consistent with the national minorities approach. But we had speakers today earlier, Zahid mentioned the duality of conflict prevention and human rights. Ambassador Vollebeck mentioned situating the HCNM within the political military dimension of the OSCE. And I think it is important to keep in mind that these are a tool for conflict prevention and accepting the nexus that exists between human rights and conflict prevention. But also when you look at the content of these recommendations, you will see that they are balanced. People are not going to be talking, or maybe they will, but violations of these recommendations. They are recommendations for policymakers. They do have an element of discretion for policymakers in there, and I think that's one of their strengths, is that they can encourage this discussion to find practical solutions. And now I'll get to your question, Elżbieta. So I would, at the moment I'm working in accountability for development finance, and I think these recommendations are very on point for that. And they clearly, I think, have broader application than simply national minorities and the OSCE area. They are very relevant beyond that. Of course, they are important for national minorities, but their significance is more than that. I'd like to highlight 29, recommendation 29 in there, and that talks about investments, cross-border investments, bilateral investments, and I would add to that multilateral investments in areas inhabited by national minorities. And here again you see the duality of the approach. It says to ensure that they both benefit persons belonging to national minorities and promote friendly relations and economic cooperation between states, right? There you're seeing that conflict prevention, peace-building language that you'll find in Article 1, Article 2 of the UN Charter, which clearly situates the OSCE, HCNM within that peace and security architecture. So I think that's important to point out. And then that concludes by saying that relevant communities should be included in the design of these projects. And that's so important, and that for me, in my current work, is what I see as the most common problem. Communities are often not included in the design of the project when you're talking about consultation. And that leads to delays, cost delays, and problems down the road, as well as conflict, a breakdown of trust. It's very important when you have these large-scale infrastructure projects, whether they're in minority areas or otherwise, that the communities where these projects are properly consulted and their needs and wants are taken into account in the project design. So I think that's very important from the economic angle, as well as the conflict prevention angle.
Thank you, William. I think you convinced our representatives of participating states that socioeconomic inclusion of national minorities is a wise economic choice to make. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like indeed to wrap up the expert discussion by saying a big thank you to our drafters. Thank you for your commitment to conflict prevention, to the protection of human rights of national minorities, and to the broader work of our institution. I would like also to acknowledge the work of my HCNM colleagues on the text of recommendations we celebrate today. So in alphabetical order, River Hustad, Mitra Jalali, Jazira Kul Muhammad, Tihan Aleko, Marianne Mahalway, Jelena Nikolic-Todoric, Anton Thompson, Michelle Pirotta, and Teresa Stanton. Thank you so much, colleagues. It was a real pleasure to work with you on that for the last 4 years. And also, a big thank you for Petra Rotter, President of the Advisory Committee on the Framework Convention for the Protection of National Minorities, who you will meet in our next panel, and she contributed really a new perspectives to the text. With this, I would like to open the floor for a discussion. I think we have a few minutes left for that. And I was informed that Ambassador of Russian Federation in the Netherlands, Excellency Alexander Shulgin, would like to have the word.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. Distinguished High Commissioner, the Institute of the OSCE High Commissioner on National Minorities is a unique structure that has no analogues in other international organizations. It was established by the CSC participating states at the Helsinki Summit in 1992 to resolve inter-ethnic tensions and prevent interstate conflicts. The Commissioner was given several important tasks, among them to, quote, contribute to conflict prevention at the earliest possible stage, unquote, to, quote, provide at the earliest possible stage early warning and, where appropriate, urgent action in tense situation which, in the High Commissioner's judgment, have the potential to escalate into conflict in the CSC region, unquote. The HCNM officially took up its duties on January the 1st, 1993, and has proven its effectiveness in the context of situation around the former Yugoslavia and its ramifications. An important element of the HCNM's mandate is the commitment to act, quote-unquote, confidentially and, quote, independently of all parties involved in these tense situations, unquote. Quote-unquote, quiet diplomacy aims to shield the sensitive issues of inter-ethnic relations from the attention of the press and the public, so as not to harm the resolution of a conflict. At the same time, the closed nature of the HCNM's activities makes it very difficult to assess the effectiveness and objectivity of its work. Moreover, in the current circumstances, a louder voice of the Commissioner is needed amidst the persistence in several OSCE participating states of long-standing problems and shameful phenomena, as well as development of varying trends, including the situation of the Russian and Russian-speaking population, gross discrimination on ethno-linguistic grounds, and in some cases, the threat of deportation of quote-unquote undesirable parts of the population. Another equally relevant topic is the worsening situation of the rights of national minorities and ethnic groups in the countries, quote, west of Vienna, unquote. Among the most acute challenges are the rise in racist attitudes, ethnic and racial intolerance, and neo-Nazism. We call on the High Commissioner to double or even to triple the attention to these issues. It is precisely these challenges that are now determining the internal agenda of a few OSCE participating states. Even more so, because a distinctive feature of the HCNM is a certain, quote, free hand, unquote, in terms of deciding when to intervene in a difficult situation or visit a country. To move into action, the HCNM does not require specific tasking of the participating states. One of the most visible activities of the Commissioner is the development of recommendations on specific topics. In that regard, we note a new quote-unquote set of recommendations on the participation of national minorities in social and economic life. We will study it carefully. In perspective, it seems worth exploring the idea how to give additional capacity to HCNM's recommendations to make them a more effective instrument at the disposal of the Commissioner to prevent conflicts in the OSCE zone of responsibility. To conclude, let me congratulate you, dear Kairat Khudabergenovich, on this important occasion and wish you further success. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ambassador. I think we have time for one last intervention. I see hand here, and this will be, if you could please limit yourself to 2 minutes,
okay,
would be perfect.
Shortly, yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry. Hi, everybody. My name is Ramil Hassan. I represent a national minority group that was completely expelled from homeland, namely Azerbaijanis expelled from Armenia. Our community, which counts over 300,000 members, stand for exercising our right to voluntary, safe and dignified return to our homes in Armenia. I have a question to panel. Do you think the existing OSCE recommendation on national minorities need to be revised to address the repatriation of expelled national minorities, including its socio-economic aspects of return? And also, I use this opportunity to commend Ms. Cornier-Smith of the United States Department for the statement today on inadmissibility of discrimination based on ethnicity or religion. However, we are somewhat disappointed that she chose to omit the case of expelled Azerbaijanis from Armenia, while she upheld the case of Armenians from the Karabakh region of Azerbaijan. We hope Madam Cornier-Smith didn't mean discriminate us based on our ethnicities. Thank you so much.
There was a question to our experts. Who would like to tackle it?
Thank you very much. I will only say that I think there are areas where further recommendations or work needs to be done. And one of them is the issue of displaced population. I referred earlier, in fact, to the issue that we have massive movements of people because of conflict or other drivers. And most of these people, quite often, I think, I haven't seen any disaggregated data, but I think when we talk about displaced people, a significant proportion, maybe most of them, are also minorities or indigenous peoples. So there is something to be said about looking at what happens when you have displaced population that we in the international community could perhaps respond better to. Right now, obviously, we can't. So I take on board what you've said, and I think that it is an area that is worthwhile to consider, because there are significant populations around the world who have been moved away from their homeland. And what happens to them? You referred to the Azeris, I referred actually to the Rohingya of Myanmar, and there's 1 million of them actually outside the country, and that is a real humanitarian crisis. So I think this is an area that perhaps there ought to be further work, and I thank you for bringing it up. But there is also many more populations around the world who have experienced something similar that has to be looked at from a human rights point of view. Thank you. Merci.
Thank you so much. And if there are any more questions from the audience, you can ask them, but after next session, which is starting right now. So please stay where you are. Don't move. There's no break.
Goodbye, everyone.
Just give us 20 seconds, please. Yeah, round of applause. It was a pleasure. Thank you.
Puikiai sesija, atrodo kaip iš Paryžiaus mados namų. Is it okay? Yes. Does it work? Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, thank you very much to Ella and her panelists for keeping the time and giving us the opportunity to discuss the issues on our agenda. It's a pleasure and a privilege for me to welcome you to the final panel discussion that we are having today. I hope it's last but not least, and you will enjoy the ideas that the distinguished panelists have for you. As it has already been pointed out on several occasions today, the economic inclusion of national minorities is a crucial element of democracy, particularly so in multi-ethnic societies, because it fosters unity and breaks down societal divisions. Indeed, when national minorities prosper and are able to contribute in a meaningful way to the economic life of their country, the whole society benefits. The big question is how to achieve that. How to actually achieve the effective participation of national minorities. So in our panel, we'll try to tackle this not easy question. And we'll look at the nuances of supporting and promoting social and economic participation for national minorities, and also the efforts that the states try to introduce those practices that they have that empower not only representatives of national minorities, but also serve to strengthen communities and society as a whole. I have the pleasure of the company of 4 absolutely amazing distinguished guests whom I'm honored to introduce to you. Dr. Petra Rotter, the president of the advisory committee of the Framework Convention for the Protection of National Minorities of the Council of Europe. I have Ms. Brankica Jankovic, Commissioner for Protection of Equality of the Republic of Serbia. I have Dr. Vida Motvidaite, who is the Director of the Department of National Minorities under the government of the Republic of Lithuania. Welcome. And so we have Ms. Teresa Segovia, who is the Principal Deputy Assistant Administrator of the United States Environmental Protection Agency. Welcome to this panel, and thanks a lot for finding the time to come to The Hague and take part in this important discussion. I'm turning to Petra, to Dr. Rota, to kick off our conversation. So undoubtedly, in the European context, the Framework Convention for the Protection of National Minorities is a seminal legal document that meticulously sets out all the national minority rights, so we can think about including social economic rights. The Framework Convention emphasizes not only the importance of effective participation and effective equality between persons belonging to both national minorities and the majority, but also underscores the necessity for the active participation in the social, cultural, economic, and political life of their country. As the president of the advisory committee, so you have a chance to visit the countries and to monitor actually the implementation of national minority rights. From your observations, to what extent social economic participation of national minorities really functions as a vehicle for the full implementation of minority rights?
Thank you very much, Irina, for the question and also for the invitation, also to the Office of the High Commissioner and all the High Commissioners that we, members of the Advisory Committee, had the pleasure to work with and participate in what has turned out to be a huge collection of our joint documents produced, and it's very much a pleasure that we will be able to add the 10th document, recommendations, to the collective wisdom of the two institutions, sister institutions, together with the Special Rapporteur of the UN. I think it's very nice to cooperate, work together. And let me, before I turn to your question, also not perhaps congratulate, but also congratulate on the anniversary, but in a way express my appreciation for the good cooperation and for the collective efforts to really promote minority rights in various fields, including in the field of socioeconomic participation. Now, that brings me to the very important question that you posed, and I would say we have noticed two trends in terms of the linkages between the identity-related issues and minority rights, so culture, language, media, even religious matters, and participation in socioeconomic fields as opposed to perhaps political participation or public affairs. Perhaps the two general trends are that, which is what we observe and have been observing for a number of years. The Framework Convention is 25 years old since it entered into force, so there is quite a lot of
Congratulations to you as well.
that is quite a lot of collective wisdom there as well. So first of all, I think we can say that the linkage is not there very much so. That states very traditionally and often focus on ensuring the right to cultural expressions, language, use of language, religion, but they don't focus very much on socioeconomic participation. And the general trend is, I would say, if there is focus on socioeconomic participation and ensuring equality also in access to socioeconomic rights, then this happens as a sole matter. So it's only on this. And there is not much linkage between the two. When, of course, when one reads the recommendations, and I really enjoyed reading them, one sees the clear links. So I think these are the two general trends. And of course, when states focus on socioeconomic participation in the state parties to the Framework Convention, it's often about various Roma communities. And rarely so as applicable to other persons belonging to other communities. And now let me perhaps mention very briefly, five sort of issues that one also sees when one works or tries to monitor the socioeconomic participation. The first one being what already the previous panel said, there is hardly any relevant data being collected on that. So in many state parties, we see lack of data, disaggregated according to the criteria that we heard the previous panel. And this is a problem, also in terms of monitoring and ensuring access to rights. Then we see one other trend, remoteness as being an excuse of sort of differential treatment, as if something is remote, then, of course, persons belonging to minority rights do not have equal opportunities, hence it's almost normal that they don't participate equally in socioeconomic field. I mean, nowadays, I think remoteness is a matter of active policies. So you can make many regions not be remote just by building infrastructure, taking care of sort of equity and equal access to rights. So this remoteness is often used as an excuse of unequal participation. Then the next thing is I would say that there is very little attention being paid to the intersectionality, which is really so nicely spread across the recommendations that I very much appreciate the drafters for doing so. Of course, there is some emphasis on women, youth, the elderly we have seen also in several contexts, but generally speaking, states pay little attention, I would say, to intersectionality issues. Then the fourth one, here is an interesting one. There is a mixture of classical identity-related issues and socioeconomic participation that has assumed a twisted logic, I would say. So there are some states that would argue for the use and learning of one language, the state language or the official language, as a tool for equal socioeconomic participation. What they forget is, of course, that this should not be done at the expense of promoting using minority languages. So socioeconomic participation and equality is used in order to move away from what we would normally call classical minority rights. And this, of course, is a very worrying trend. And something similar also happens in terms of climate change challenges. I was very pleased to see environmental justice being included in the recommendations, which again is one of these concepts that I'm sure we will work with in the future. And my final point, the fifth one, I think is what we see is a lack of creativity to connect the two elements, the various aspects of participation, as if it's one or the other. Whereas we know that also when you promote classical cultural rights by establishing, I don't know, cultural museums, you can create jobs through that. And for example, you talk about participation in the health system, but of course this requires long-term planning. So there is no creativity in terms of how to connect the two and how to plan ahead. Now, of course, such long-term planning would require a true acceptance of minorities as an integral part of our societies. That brings me back to the Ljubljana guidelines on integration of diverse societies. It would require true efforts to seek effective equality, equity of everyone, true, meaningful, not just on surface, what looks good on paper, but really true efforts in reality. And it would require this long-term planning that I mentioned before. Minority doctors cannot be educated overnight. But of course, if we had the data, if we had the commitment, all of this is possible to be done. And this, I think, is something that is completely missing in so many states that we monitor as the advisory committee.
Thank you very much, Petra. I think that the very fact that this comes as the next set of recommendations, social economic participation of national minority, clearly sort of illustrates that the High Commissioners have come to the same conclusion that unfortunately the protection of some of the rights become at the expense of others, and we do try to change this situation, and hopefully these recommendations could present some useful tips for the states to ensure that these rights are not exclusionary. So the protection against discrimination, I'm turning to our distinguished Commissioner for Protection of Equality of the Republic of Serbia. Of course, the protection against discrimination on grounds such as ethnicity, religion, language, and national minority status, it's a cornerstone for effective participation in society and should ideally cover all fields of social economic life, including employment, housing, healthcare, social services. Yet if we look at the reality, it does not always correspond to this ideal. So how could we combat discrimination, and how can we improve the social and economic position of national minorities? And what is actually the role of equality bodies like yours, the Commissioner for Protection of Equality? So maybe you have some tips from us from Serbia, some good practices or know-how that you would like to share with us.
Thank you, Irina. Good and bad practices, both of them are very useful for us, but I prepare a presentation for practice from my institutions. But at the very beginning, please allow me to extend my congratulations on the 30th anniversary of the sincere gratitude to the High Commissioner for National Minorities and his team for the invitation and in today's conference, and congratulations for brand new recommendations. I will start using it tomorrow. We really need recommendations, especially talking about socioeconomic rights of national minorities, and I hope that we will manage to pack the concept of socioeconomic participation to identify the main challenges and drivers in promoting the effective involvement of national minorities in social and economic life, especially today in a current moment, when the world seems to be in a state of fracture, confronted with the severe crisis, increasing inequalities, environmental destruction, sure, and definitely I think that today we need much more effective protection of human and minority rights, and this is a role of institution I am in charge. And Commissioner for Protection of Equality of the Republic of Serbia, as an independent state institution, has the main task to prevent all types of discrimination and to protect equality of natural persons and legal entities in all spheres of social life. National affiliation and ethnic origin are every year among the top 5 most frequent grounds of discrimination in complaints we address. Looking at the entire period of our institution's operations since 2010, around 10% of the total number of complaints were related to discrimination against national minorities. It is essential to highlight that the majority of these complaints concern the situation Roma, my colleague just mentioned, constituting 2/3 of the complaints, while other minority groups are addressing in a significantly smaller number. For example, Bosniak 8.5%, Croatians 3.8%, Albanians 3.3%, Hungarians 2%, 0.5, etc. But it's not comparable with talking about position of Roma as the most marginalized national minorities in my country. And here you can see the most frequent complaints involve the unequal treatment of national minorities in proceeding before public authorities, etc. You can see on the slide in order to save time. But just to give a little bit context according to the data, because today we spoke about lack of data, the latest population census in 2022, there are over 40 different national minorities in Serbia, constituting approximately 30% of the total population. To exercise their rights to self-governance in culture, education, information, and official use of language and script, which is crucial. We all agreed what is crucial to exercise their rights. A member of national minorities can form their national council, and a total 24 council registered. In order to enable greater participation in the economic and social life of national minorities, it is essential to the full enjoyment of their rights and equal treatment in education, employment and labor, social and healthcare services, housing, and access to public goods. In our regular annual reports submitted to the National Parliament, we have repeatedly emphasized the recommendation that is necessary to take all measures needed to ensure that the composition of state bodies, local and national level, and all other public authorities reflect the national composition of the population in specific area. And I think that it's always a good idea to jog our memory to the last new type of crisis. I mean, COVID-19. I can't remember which time was not without some specific crisis, but COVID-19. The situation was particularly challenging during the state of emergency due to the COVID-19 pandemic. And during this period alone, we issued 312 recommendations and initiatives to public authorities aimed at improving the situation of specific minority populations. So usually in that time, sometimes the public authorities, I think, is on all countries. I have opportunity to discuss with my colleagues, equality bodies. Sometimes public authorities forget national minorities and their position in creating public policy, especially during emergency situations, and they definitely need to take their shoes and to think from their perspective. You can see some of our recommendations: employment of health mediators in Roma settlements, amending government regulations to extend financial assistance to specific vulnerable groups and recipient of social aid. And you can see, in order to save time, and institution I'm in charge is authorized to file lawsuits for violations of anti-discrimination regulation. These so-called strategic litigations are initiated in the public interest, aiming to contribute to the consistent applications of regulations and the improvement of legal practice, but also to encourage and motivate victims to report cases of discrimination. Out of 22 legal proceedings, we have initiated so far 8 concern national minorities issues. To illustrate legal proceedings were initiated due to the job advertisements explicitly stating that Roma individuals would not be hired, as well as for denying certain banking services and discrimination against national minorities in the realm of housing. And additionally, one specific litigation was filed against a global fast food chain, McDonald's, due to discrimination against Roma children, because restaurant security did not allow them to enter the restaurant with the women who intended to buy them food. I think it's very important to learn from some bad practice we face every day. And we continuously have been implementing a range of activities to empower the persons belonging to national minorities to recognize and to react to discrimination through trainings for all stakeholders, public debates on the local level, national level, direct contact with residents of informal settlements. I strongly agree from the first panel, High Commissioner emphasized that we have to go to terrain. Terrain can help us and give us reality of structure of life of national minorities. It's crucial for us human rights protection institutions, manuals, researchers on the discrimination perception of citizens, public authorities, but also national minorities. We initiated to Ministry to the Finance to exempt from taxes hygiene products for women for menstruation. Sometimes we forgot the position of the really underprivileged groups as Roma women especially. And also I am personally a member of the National Coalition of End Child Marriages, because child marriages are present among the general population in Serbia, often among poorer residents in rural areas, as they are highly prevalent in Roma communities. 55.5% are affected, and it's still a very important issue, and we need to much more focusing on and to have gender perspective talking about national minorities.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. So it's very important what you have highlighted also from the perspective of gender. We will come back to this issue at a later stage, but I think the fact that you have emphasized the importance of empowering national minorities to actually influence the policies so that might affect them, so is an important way that can be one of the steps that governments can take on board and try to implement in their lives. Your body is an equality body, but equally important is also to have specialized, dedicated bodies like the one that Ms. Motvidaite has the responsibility to lead, the Department of National Minorities under the government of the Republic of Lithuania, the government body that actually can represent the interest also and prioritize the interests and needs of national minorities in various sectors of governance. So how are decision makers in Lithuania approaching social and economic inclusion of national minorities? Are there any strategies that have proven to be effective in mitigating existing social economic disparities? Ms. Motvidaite, the floor is yours. Yes.
Thank you, Irina. Yes, I am practitioner at the core. I'm working for many years in this topic, in these activities, and I am so lucky that when Mr. Knut Folbeck was visiting our institution, our department, I was sitting at the table somewhere in the end of the table. It shows that, yes, for many years working in this area, I can share some experiences, maybe some knowledges, what works in our country, what we have good practices. And the most important thing I may suggest that having a specialized institution which works only with national minorities, for national minorities, it is a very successful example in our country. It was not so smooth all the time. We had once government which decided that it's not so important and it's not necessary to have specialized institution, that every ministry should work and can work in their dedicated areas. And in the Department for National Minorities was closed. And only leaders of NGOs, national communities NGOs, they were so active that our institution was reopened again. And now we are working more than 30 years, 33 years we already are, a little bit older than our country. So we are a bridge on which meet majorities and minorities. We are a roof under which meet different groups. Sometimes before, of course, we worked mostly on language policies, on cultural identity issues, but times are changing, and what we are talking today about social economic challenges, it becomes obvious that our institution should be active and participate too. So I would like to share some figures which illustrates that our concerns based on substantially growing numbers of work immigrants to our country. The dates are taken from Migration Department about issued numbers of work permissions and temporal stay. For many years during our joining EU, in 2004, we were a country of immigration. Many of you know Lithuanian communities in UK, in Ireland, in Spain, and for us it is a little bit still surprised that we became a country of immigration. It's absolutely understandable that we have increased numbers of Ukrainians, of Belarusian people who live in neighboring countries, but during 2 years, we have people from Kazakhstan, 9 times more numbers increased. From Tajikistan, 17 times numbers increased. From Uzbekistan, 33 times community growth. And from Kyrgyzstan in 2021, we had only 13 people who came to our country. In this year, already more than 4,000 issues for work are permitted. So your guidelines, this document is absolutely on time. We need to speak absolutely to make a different proportion of our work because these big groups of new people who are coming to our countries, to our regions, they are not only coming to Lithuania, they are coming to Latvia, to Poland too. And for them not to stay in shadow economies, not to stay in closed societies, it is a new challenge for us, for specifically our institution, with whom we are working on everyday basis. And as started speaking about such a mandate of our institution, it is for us crucial to maintain this confidence of national minority leaders. Of course, Lithuania is a country with short distances, 3-4 hours from one border to another. It means that we can travel. A group of our specialists, we are meeting every week, people in regions, we are meeting in capital, and we absolutely feel the rhythm of these communities. People who are not only historic communities, but people who came 2-3 years ago. They are so active, they have communities, they have already non-informal schools for children. So our country's responses to this social economic challenge is to have a group of specialists who can work. And I'm very grateful to former colleague who was coordinating, moderator Elżbieta Kuzborska. She mentioned about the need and importance to have data. So we are passionate, our institution, to gather data, to have researches, to make surveys, polls, in order to know as much as possible wide the all different ethnic groups, language groups, because majority of these people who are coming in last 2 years in our country, they are Russian speaking. So language unites them. For us, we know this language. For us, it's easier with them to communicate. But during last 2 years, we prepared a very wide, precise methodology about inclusion of representatives of national minorities in the labor market. And together with specialist psychologists, statistics, economists, it is a substantial document. For me, it would be interesting if other countries had the same document, if someone would like to share with us or to know what document is based in our country, would be great to exchange information about it. And this methodology describes a monitoring instrument in detail the list of criteria we called indicators, quantitative and qualitative social research methodologies. And being shortage of time, I just would like to mention some groups of criteria, what we are planning to collect in the nearest future: the state of national minorities in the labor market and its changes. The second big group, opportunities for social integration of national minorities. Third group, manifestations and causes of discriminations against national minorities in the labor market. And state policies related to strengthening measures to address the needs of national minorities and integration. Implementation of this methodology needs very substantial financial support. We are very hopefully waiting for new budget to be approved for next financial year. And at the moment, we are doing more narrow researches and mostly about Ukrainians, Belarusians who are coming to our country in the biggest figures. I try to find information about situations of Ukrainian communities, Belarusians in other countries. Seems problems are similar, like housing, moral, psychological problems, language barriers, employment, financial problems. So I would like to conclude mentioning that in our country works as a good practice and response to challenges of new times to have specialized institution, and this institution should work and try to initiate as much as possible different data collections.
Thanks a lot. I think Vida is actually very much in line with our recommendations on data collection. I think it's our experiences that collecting data, monitoring the situation, these are the only ways in order to actually adopt effective policies or adjust the existing one based on the situation. And while we had a very nice discussion also about whom to include in the scope of the mandate of the High Commissioner, so is it traditional minorities or also newcomers, I think so your reality so actually shows that integration is not about integrating one group into the society, but it's really the integration of the society, which is composed of a variety of groups, be them national minorities, newcomers, refugees, etc. So thanks a lot for highlighting that. And I would like to draw our attention to another very important aspect that was mentioned by the colleagues in the previous panel, and this is, and it's very much well illustrated in the newly adopted set of social economic recommendations, and this is the issue of digital inclusion. So the colleagues have already mentioned, it's not surprising that it's given a lot of attention in the document, because as we have already said, we're living in unprecedented times of digital transformation and technological evolution. However, the colleagues have mentioned that not everyone actually is included in the digital sphere, and this digital divide is growing, and it is impacting the rights of national minorities in different fields of life. And one field of life that was mentioned is the environmental field. And Teresa, you are representing the United States Environmental Protection Agency. From your experience, how does the lack of digital equity actually affect the environmental justice goal for meaningful participation and involvement?
Thank you for that question. I apologize for my voice. It's been gone for about a week. I think we need to maybe do just a tiny bit of background on environmental justice before we tackle that question, because while the scholarship on environmental justice has at least 3 decades history, we're just now seeing that come into practice. Praxis is the best thing of all, and hoping that that will really accelerate our response to some of the scholarship over the years. But in order to discuss this question, we have to, I think, first acknowledge 2 things. The first is that we absolutely must have a commitment on the part of a country to elevate the lives of those who have been historically subjugated. I cannot emphasize that enough. If we do not have this dedication to make the lives of people who have been subjugated better, environmental justice will never, ever happen. I'd like to also offer a working definition of environmental justice. I think if you look, you can probably find several, but the working definition from which my colleagues and I at the EPA work is it's the fair treatment and meaningful involvement of all people regardless of race, color, and national origin and income with respect to the development, implementation, and enforcement of environmental laws, regulation, and policy, which also, I think, begs the necessity for rule of law and environmental justice. It cannot just be a concept. It has to be integrated in law. One of the things with that definition, though, we hear meaningful involvement a lot, and it's in our own definition. And I really think it needs to be changed to meaningful engagement, because meaningful involvement implies doing something for someone, maybe offering grant money or telling them specific ways to do something. That's not going to work very well in environmental justice, the backbone of which is agency, individual agency, collective community agency. And what I mean by that is meaningful engagement is doing with someone. So there's a collaborative piece to that. It gives communities, like I said, agency over decisions. It gives communities self-determination. We cannot continue to dictate what is best for communities who have been subjugated, who have been experiencing disparate impact for decades. It doesn't work. We find ourselves just digging the hole deeper, where it's kind of like Sisyphus, where, you keep bringing the boulder up the hill, and then it just runs you over again, and it doesn't end. You need that voice of the community in order to find long-lasting solutions, and solutions that change as the environment changes, as we have environmental crises. You're going to have more and more people who are displaced. So it almost gets back to what I was saying, where you have to have this commitment of not just telling people what they need to do, but a commitment to actually making lives better. The example of that might be, for instance, it's not enough to give people money to relocate. We've thought for many years that giving people money to relocate gives them the opportunity to go someplace safer. Well, that money is finite. People don't have the money to relocate to places that are safer. So they go to other places that maybe they're not going to experience floods. Now they're going to experience fires, or they're going to experience disease, or any number of other things. That's not appropriate. It's not sufficient, and it's not an answer. And these are the things that if you actually engage communities, they will tell you that for themselves, and you will save yourselves a lot of time and a lot of money doing it right going forward. So where does environmental injustice occur? In all areas of society where people are disproportionately impacted by the circumstances that I just mentioned. Some examples of which would be in Flint, Michigan, in the United States, there's been a water crisis for well over a year, several years, where people don't have water. They don't have water that's drinkable. You can't even bathe in some of the water. This has been an ongoing crisis that has been addressed. It's becoming more successfully addressed, but it took a very long time. And also, it's in a poor community, mostly people of color. And I would say that we have a similar problem right now in Jackson, Mississippi, which is in the southeastern part of the United States, very historically poor, African American people who are brown and black have very little resource to change their situation, and now going into, I guess, almost the second year of having unpredictable water supply. We also have pipeline issues with tribal lands. I myself was in Standing Rock, which was in North Dakota. I can't believe it's been 7 years now, but there was a company that wanted to lay pipe through tribal lands. It was a private company, it was not the government, and this the pipeline was protested for months and months by Native Americans, but also by other advocates. And the pipeline eventually went through. What many of the tribal communities wanted really was just to have future generations become water protectors as they see themselves, as they are themselves. And the pipeline, okay, I don't know that they were really agnostic about it, but I think they thought that they could work with that if the company would work with them. And these talks started out very robustly and quickly broke down. So it ended up where the Native Americans really lost so much and the company gained so much by the laying of this pipe. And there's still very much discussion and protests about another pipeline, an Enbridge pipeline, which is now, I think, in stage 5. So every stage you have protests, but nothing seems to be really changing. One of the things that our mission says is to protect overburdened and underserved communities from harm caused by environmental crimes, pollution, and climate change. I'm so glad we've been hearing about intersectionality today. Bravo to everybody. Intersectionality plays a key role in one's experience of environmental injustice. Gender plays a huge role in this, but I won't go into that too much more. So getting now, we've laid the foundation. What happens when you lack digital equity? Well, the results include decreased civil engagement. If you are going to give people agency, you need to be engaged with them. If you don't give them the opportunity for engagement, you don't have that opportunity to come up with solutions. You also have a decreased dialogue between affected communities and key stakeholders, and these are ongoing dialogues. You have no or limited access to environmental justice resources and education, but I will say it's very important to note that you can give people all the information in the world, information that is truthful and that is accurate. But if there is a history of mistrust, and if there is a history of bad information being given, it will take a long time for people to not only accept, but digest the truth, and to digest what it is you are trying to give them that will be helpful. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. It's been a bad week. Other factors are no opportunity for advocacy work that can lead to health protective and EJ policies and regulations. And there's a shift toward technocratic models, which are very harmful to this. So with that, I'll turn this back over.
Thanks a lot, Teresa, for these also very interesting examples and also for underlying the intersectionality. I think you have sort of well summarized a little bit, talking about the fair treatment of what Brankica was also mentioning, and the importance of engagement of those who are affected by issues related to them, so national minorities in our case. So we also welcome our distinguished Secretary General, who is joining us for the second round of questions that we are addressing in how to actually operationalize the newly adopted set of recommendations that the High Commissioner has an opportunity to introduce today. I'm turning to Petra again. So we have heard a number of challenges and a number of good examples, and maybe some practices that the states have adopted in order to facilitate actually the meaningful involvement of national minorities in social economic life. So from your observations, from the monitoring that you have had, were there any specific practical tools that the states have used to facilitate social and economic participation of national minorities that you found particularly interesting and maybe inspiring to a certain extent?
Thank you, Irina. That's a very good question, inspiring for individual cases. And of course, one always wonders how many good practices there are and if they're sustainable, because often the good practices depend on projects, and projects that are often financed by external institutions. So there is not a lot that would be domestically produced, supported, and sustained in a sustainable way that one could trust that this actually happens or that it continues to happen to produce the good results. And of course, I mean, I will mention a few states, a few good examples, but basically not suggesting that these are the only good examples that one can sort of highlight, and also not saying that they don't have their own challenges in other fields. So one of the tools that we have seen is really some examples of good data collection. One can mention the Atlas of Roma communities in Slovakia. That sort of is a very comprehensive approach towards data collection. Then a similar sort of what we saw as a good way of collecting data, specifically in the field of health, is the Ireland Travelers Health Study. That also sort of then brought about a few specific policies and a few specific measures that accompanied that. Then Spain, back in 2015, did a map on housing that also helped to identify the slums and sort of like substandard settlements that it then addressed over time. There are still some remaining issues to be addressed, but still, first you need to do the mapping, as we learned from the previous panel and what we also can read in the recommendations, and then you can do the clever policies that will produce the results. And then perhaps we have seen some specific programs, quite a number of them in the field of health, access to health rights or rights related to health. Again, Slovakia implemented a project through health regions, implemented community health projects, again focusing on Roma, with health mediators. This is a common practice that we have seen in several states. Bulgaria introduced that practice back in 2007. And of course, with health mediators, it's a similar story like with education mediators or assistants. One needs to pay attention to the fact that this is not further highlighting sort of persons belonging to these communities, because these are often jobs that are precarious, that don't have a long-term employment. Payment is often inadequate. So one needs to be very careful when one sees good practices, that one is also sort of paying attention to possible negative effects of what essentially is a good way of dealing with things. Then, as I mentioned before, some of the relocating policies, again, of course, applicable mainly for the Roma communities, relocating them from slums to normal housing, together with, of course, other communities, so that, again, you don't then achieve segregated housing that is of better quality, but is still segregated. This is, again, something we pay attention to. Then some of the financing of access to kindergartens by persons belonging to minorities. Again, a lot of focus on the Roma, which goes back to the first round of our discussion at the panel, which of course is important, as was already mentioned by the previous panel when they were presenting the recommendations in terms of achieving long-term educational outcomes that will enable equal participation also of persons belonging to minorities. Then perhaps specific sort of gender-related issue from Portugal, a project that targeted Roma women empowerment, and that brings us back to the meaningful engagement that Teresa, you talked about. And of course, when one talks about effective participation, one needs to pay attention to the diversity within minorities, not just between, which is something that has been around for some time, but also within minorities. When I started to work in the field of minority rights, there was this expectation that minorities need to speak with one voice. I mean, good for us that we have come a long way from that completely false expectation that minorities should sort of like, all of them, all persons belonging to the same minorities should want the same thing. Now, we very much appreciate, as was already mentioned, the issue of intersectionality. So there are some good practices, and one needs to approach them carefully, look at them from various perspectives, and then one sees what long-term results they produce. Just one last issue I'd like to mention that has nothing to do with good practices, but maybe a little bit more with bad practices. Brankica, you mentioned that this is also important. And I'd like to go back to the Trinity, Astrid, that you mentioned before. So the rule of law, democracy, and human rights. So what we see in some states, here I will not mention any, I've learned my, my way around this. So what we see in several states is that what scholars refer to as captured states, so that you face corruption, but not just the direct financial corruption, but also appointments of our people to positions. And of course, then you expect that our people work for us. Our people may not necessarily be defined in ethnic terms, so ethnic affiliation may not play a role, although it can play a role in segregated, divided societies. But of course, it's mainly political parties' card that is a way forward. And what you get with this is not just bad services in the end, but it's really incompetent individuals that are meant and have been employed in public service to provide the good, equal services to everyone. And this, I think, is a huge obstacle to socioeconomic participation also for persons belonging to minorities. And I think we really need to go back to the fundamentals. And I very much appreciated the trinity, the rule of law, human rights, and democracy. This is the background, the cornerstone on which we can then build all of these recommendations and guidelines and norms in legally binding instruments that we have. But if we work in an environment that does not stand on the Holy Trinity, if I may add the Holy One, then it's difficult.
So indeed, so to ensure that social economic rights are provided, so it's of course a broader matter. So including of ensuring that there is the trinity that you're mentioning. We have said that a distinctive feature of this newly published recommendations is intersectionality, and I would like to get back to this gender issue that we have said. We have had a chance to discuss it in the morning, saying that gender issues have become increasingly important in the work of the High Commissioner, and the documents that the office produces are a testimony to that. Economic empowerment of women and girls, including with a minority background, is really a step towards equality of opportunities. And yet, of course, I want to be very positive and want to give examples, but we know that there is a gap in addressing gender discrepancies in the realization of social and economic rights. I know that, Ms. Jankovic, you work a lot and pay a lot of attention to gender issues. How can we ensure respect for rights and greater participation of women and girls belonging to national minorities who are very often at a higher risk of multiple discrimination and intersectional discrimination, if we want?
Thank you, Irina. Yes, Petra already mentioned, but let's repeat that social groups, including national minorities, are not heterogeneous and diverse. They are really heterogeneous and diverse, and if we are not aware of the existence of groups within groups exposed to multiple inequalities, we will not have effective protection against discrimination. And there is no magic word, but we have to be persistent and continuously permanent fight against discrimination. Multiple identities increase the risk of exposure to discrimination, and often if the specificities of these identities are not well understood, which is especially important in policy making, certain personal characteristics might remain in the shadows and leave individuals unprotected. For instance, the challenging situation of women and girls belonging to national minorities is not fully recognized, or often overlooking the risk of discrimination they face due to their gender, marital status, age, financial status, or health conditions, as they are stereotypically and dominantly perceived through their national identity. Due to the prejudice that exists, particularly against Roma population, their customs and lifestyle, the violence to which Roma women are exposed can be minimized. And in our practice, again, bad practices also useful. Unfortunately, we have had cases where social welfare centers made decisions regarding parental rights based on stereotypical views of gender roles and prejudice that exist toward the Roma community. Definitely gender inequality and discrimination affects minority women across the entire life cycle, and concrete measures are needed to achieve equality for all women, including women from national minorities, of course. However, there are very positive developments in my country when it comes to the improvement of economic and social rights, bearing in mind the recent amendments to Serbian anti-discrimination legislation impose an obligation on decision makers to assess the impact of regulation on the socioeconomic status of specific groups when adopting a new regulation or public policy measures, etc. To facilitate that process together with civil society organizations, our natural partners dedicated to enhancing economic and social rights, we have conducted several training sessions, dialogue, etc., and prepare guidelines, especially for the local self-government authorities. When it comes to the intersectionality, we all agree here, and Teresa mentioned that intersectionality are really important, or intersectionality of gender in national minorities. I will mention a few proceedings that we have successfully resolved. We address a case where Roma women beneficiaries of financial and social assistance were sexually harassed by a social worker responsible for deciding in their requests to exercise the right. Furthermore, we initiated strategic litigation because a Roma girl was denied the opportunity to participate in a professional internship and training within a vocational high school. Also, I would like to mention a case of intersectional discrimination against internally displaced Roma men and women living in an informal settlement. In a specific situation, Romas who constitute the largest number of internally displaced persons in our country are in a significantly disadvantaged position due to deep-rooted stereotypes and prejudice, having in mind they are among the poorest residents in Serbia. Additionally, they also are in a less favorable position in compared to the others Roma community, both due to financial and internally displaced personal status, as they do not have a registered residence. It's regarding to the denial citizenship. In a previous panel we discussed about very important issue. And recognizing the certain problems are universal and affect all women, especially those economically disadvantaged. We launched the initiatives to the public notaries chamber. Due to negative practice, we have observed that women often consciously renounce their property rights and inheritance, most commonly in favor of male family members. We are set to host a major conference next month to present guidelines we have prepared on inheritance rights, which highlight the consequences that renouncing inheritance has on the economic and social position of women and provide an overview of legal assistance. As an institutions striving to act proactively, and we have taken on the role of initiating certain topics and tackling issues that are not always, of course, pleasant, sometimes are really sensitive or prevalent in the public discourse. I already mentioned regarding to menstrual poverty as one of the least visible public health crises that affect women, especially from underprivileged groups. We have initiated reduction of taxes of feminine hygiene products, and then extension of the list of contraceptives at the state expense. The education process is crucial, definitely, for breaking the cycle of discrimination and creating a better future for women and girls, as well as other members of social groups who are at higher risk of facing unequal treatment. These findings are also confirmed by the results of our research on the perception of discrimination within the Roma community, where the majority of respondents themselves recognize the importance of education. 88% of state that education the most important factor to achieving all equalities. And we constantly advocate and utilize all available mechanisms, seizing every opportunity, especially in the highest legislative body, the National Parliament, to emphasize the importance of this issue. Even though we don't have a repressive powers with the authorities of the institutions, the strength of arguments at the public pressure, we have managed to ensure that the compliance rate with our recommendations, or in individual cases, as well as in cases of recommendations to public authorities and decision makers, remains exceptionally high. Really high, from 80 to 90% every year. I think it's really important, and that we found out that public shame still function, luckily for us human beings, and I think that it's really important for us who are in a, let's say, power position or human rights institutions, ombudsman and commissioners, don't avoid to tackle sensitive issue as discrimination of national minorities is, because you can prevent of many difficult problems even more. Sometimes we can prevent some conflicts, because today we all agree that to prevent conflict is crucial.
Thanks a lot, Brankica. I think that you have sort of your institution does or performs a function of a listener. So, and someone who listens to the concerns that people have and actually bringing them to the public attention. So I know that in Lithuania there is the National Communities Council that actually performs a consultative function. And in this regard, I would like to ask Ms. Motvidaite, so how do you see the role of consultative councils or consultative mechanisms in their attempt to enhance minority participation, including in the social economic field?
Thank you for so nice guiding to the positive answer. Yes, we have such experience for many years, established advisory committee to our department. And it works because it's so important to give all ethnic group leaders possibility to speak about things what for them are at the moment painful, and it should be done, and it must be done not occasionally, not only when High Commissioner Office experts are coming to the country, but it should be done on a regular basis, permanently, so Council of National Minority Representatives, which has a very successful and good practice in our country, shows that meeting periodically, at least 4 times in a year, speaking about issues which are important, about legal acts, what in ministries on national level are initiated, discussing with highest politicians, discussing with journalists about discrimination aspects. It all works as prevention policy. In the beginning of the day, we had a lot of good ideas, meaningful ideas about the role of prevention of conflicts, prevention of some misunderstandings, and it is in our country achieved with the possibility of this and successful work of National Community Council.
Thank you very much, Vida, for introducing this also very interesting and positive experience. And I have final question. So we return to, I think, what might eventually constitute a new set of recommendations for the High Commissioner on environmental situation, environmental issues. But already in this set of recommendations, we have one dedicated 31st recommendation, which reminds us that persons belonging to national minorities are entitled to environmental justice and must be protected from any disproportionate and unjustified environmental impact and risks. And my question to you, Teresa, is how could affected communities actually achieve it? So is there any particular model of engagement that you have found useful in your work?
Yes, thank you for that. First, I wanted to talk a little bit, just for a second, about what we call cumulative impact. I believe somebody did mention it earlier today. Very important to, it's almost a subset of environmental justice. You can have environmental injustice without cumulative impact, but you can't have it in the inverse. Cumulative impacts is based on either long and prolonged exposure to one pollutant, for example, or there are multiple pollutants or different factors in that make it very difficult to function safely and in a healthy manner where you live. It could be that you have environmental factors, natural disasters that happen where you are, then on top of deforestation and maybe again disease. So you have multiple factors that are just constantly eating away at the environment of a certain community. And one of the things that we found in trying to give agency to individual communities was this model called the collaborative problem-solving model. You must have a plan. Talking is a first step, but talk doesn't get you anywhere. You have to have a plan, and you have to do it, and you have to be committed to that plan. And the plan can change over time. It's a living document that can be trial and error, but you have to start somewhere. And we say the first is issue identification, community vision, and strategic goal setting, so that you have a foundation with which to build, on which to build. Community capacity building and leadership development would be the next step. Third, consensus building and dispute resolution. Dispute resolution takes on many forms. You can have, if you're looking like for the Environmental Protection Agency, we get formal complaints against states and against companies all the time. You only have a few options when you're working in a litigious environment with alternative dispute resolution. With environmental justice, when you're not dealing with a specific law or a specific complaint, you can get very creative in your approach to facilitate a dialogue. And as almost everybody has said here today, and I agree 100%, conflict prevention is the way to go whenever you can. You don't want to be in a position where you're constantly having to do conflict resolution. It wears you out. It really is exhausting, and it doesn't always get you where you could have been if you had been proactive or at least been more preventive. So number 4, we have multi-stakeholder partnerships and leveraging resources. Number 5, constructive engagement by relevant stakeholders. So there's this exchange of ideas and what's practical to do and what isn't practical to do. You take out the guesswork, you say, this is what we can do, these are the parameters in which we can work. And if those aren't acceptable, how do we change those? What is it that we can do that can make long-term systemic change? Maybe it's memorializing change in laws. There are many ways to affect change, but you have to discuss those things. It has to be mutual and being mutually beneficial. And there are so many places. It's like a Venn diagram. You have the state, you have a company, you have the community, and in that middle, you have things that are mutually beneficial. And it's getting there, that's the hard part. Then sound management and implementation. So there has to be a commitment to doing this. There has to be sound ideas that can be implemented in a practical way. You have to look at this very pedantically, but then very practically as well. And then I think one of the most important things is the follow-up, the evaluation. How do we evaluate these? There's still a lot of scholarship left, so if there's anybody out there who does qualitative analysis and is interested in this, I would love to see some more work done on how you evaluate the effectiveness of environmental justice solutions. The lessons learned and the replication of best practices. But when you say lessons learned, what does that imply? It implies long-term engagement, which again goes back to meaningful engagement and constantly looking, what have we done? What can we continue to do well? What could we do better? And who else could we might bring into this to make it stronger? But it is not a short-term solution. It's not, okay, we're going to get a standard operating procedure, or we're going to get some sort of, resolution. It's not that. It's constantly going back and amending those.
Thanks a lot, Teresa. I think it actually sort of resonates with what our keynote speaker mentioned in the morning, is that it's really, you can't solve everything in one go and then forget about it. And this is what the High Commissioners have repeated, that this is really a long-term strategy. I'm now opening the floor for questions, comments, and I have Astrid Thors and several other expressions of interest to intervene. So I would like to give the microphone to the High Commissioner for a comment.
Well, dear friends, it has been a very impressive panel, and I think that your comments should be in some way collected and published. They were very thoughtful and good. Just one idea. The corporate world is talking very much about corporate social responsibility, and we have seen fantastic results integrating victims of trafficking, personal with intersectional problems. I think, did you think about how to bridge corporate social responsibility to promote the rights of minorities?
Thank you, Astrid. So I don't know if we have an immediate response to that, but so that we have a distinguished panel, that's for sure. And I highlight it's an all-female panel, so but we are happy to have it like this. The colleagues here are because of merit and not because of other considerations. So I'm happy to have that. I have also Ambassador Hakkinen, permanent representative of Finland. So colleagues, if we could have the microphone here. Karima, the first row.
So thank you so much, Irina, for asking me to also provide with some, let's say, best practice from Finland. I'm sure that Astrid Thulser could have told better than me the best practice in our country. But nevertheless, I will provide with one small example, which also follows some kind of the model mentioned by Madam Vida in Lithuania. You mentioned these councils, and we have it's a bit let's say, of course, I mean, we have all the digital services to provide with democratic development for also including the national minorities, but just to mention advisory boards which are acting as forums for cooperation between authorities and minorities, and they play a key role in terms of civic participation, as they provide an opportunity to let's say, regular interaction between the minorities and the authorities. Just to highlight two examples, we have an advisory board on Roma issues, which serves as a cooperation body between the Roma and the authorities. Half of the members of this board are of Roma origin, and it has influenced the development of our legislation and administration in Roma affairs. We have also an advisory board on ethnic relations, which engages in dialogue with migrants, ethnic, cultural, religious minorities, and public authorities and political parties also, and civil society organization. And of course, we are aiming with these tools to, let's say, have more cooperation and discussion, and in that aim to build trust and an open and transparent Finland. Thanks. But I mean, I want to thank all the panelists for good insights, and I also congratulate Kairat, High Commissioner, and all your team for this good conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I also have Ambassador Rogov, who is the head of the OSCE Program Office in Bishkek, for a small comment.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor, Irina. I'll try to be very brief. I want just to call you to, pay more attention to the climate change and how that affects, situation with minorities. That's a very acute problem in our region in Central Asia. That's a problem of life and death, virtually saying. And that, for example, water supply, water management, nowadays it's key trigger of, conflicts between minorities in our region. Second, you talked about, raising awareness about, ecological issues. And in this regard, I want to mention that we support so-called Orsa centers. I believe that's a great endeavor, which helps, to raise awareness of the people about their ecological rights and defend them even in judicial system. And I don't want, to take more time, because I understand that other, people are very much interested to take, microphone. I just want also to mention that we also support, entrepreneur support centers, which is also very much important for the Central Asia, because, for example, our centers cover, almost 20% of the minorities in our region. And I'm very proud that last year we received special honor, reward from the Secretary General for supporting female centers in Kyrgyzstan. That's a great honor for us and for my team. I'm sorry for taking so much time.
Thank you very much. I think these are good also highlights for us what to pay more attention to, and also we see definitely that what has been reflected in the panel is very actual in different regions as well. So I also have Ambassador Wachel, head of the OSCE mission in Skopje.
Yes, thank you very much indeed, and thank you, Irina, for inviting me to reflect a little bit here on the cooperation between HCNM and the missions and how we operationalize actually these recommendations. Let me first start by joining colleagues here in extending my congratulations to the High Commissioner and for the organization for this really engaging and inspiring event. I really have to say I take a lot away here for my work back in Skopje. Now, as I prepared for this, I recollected again a little bit the history and I would like to recall here in this forum that the OSCE mission in Skopje was not always named OSCE mission in Skopje. It was actually established a year before the establishment of the Office of the High Commissioner on National Minorities as the OSCE Spillover Monitoring Mission. So it was, if you like, the first conflict prevention instrument of the OSCE, and I should say it was a very successful one until today. The Office of the High Commissioner on National Minorities, and in particular Max van der Stoel, as soon as he took office, developed a very close relationship with what was then FYROM. He actually visited during his term the country 53 times. And he was also the OSCE chairperson in office special envoy for the Ohrid negotiations. So he is a very close link then again to our mandate, because Annex C of the Ohrid Framework Agreement specified then the changing mandate and the change of the name actually of my organization when we started then implementation, the recommendations. We worked on, and still do, on language and communities rights, here in particular access to education, rule of law, in all the areas that was mentioned by Astrid Thors here, the Trinity. We do have a mandate here. And today, just to name one project that we're doing, it is actually the HCNM integrated education strategy that we operationalize, that we contextualize to North Macedonia. It's called in North Macedonia the Comprehensive Education Strategy, which we are implementing. And we have also, in the scope of that, actually analyzed the education in the languages of the smaller communities. We've worked at the mission very much on decentralization, on police reform in particular, with the view to equitable representation of all the communities in the police force, and then good governance, democratization, and we have a big program on Roma, in particular also here access to services, access to education, to health, and to the labor market. I'm proud to say that our program is fully gender mainstreamed. We have introduced the gender marker, and we do pay attention to intersectionality. When I was looking a little bit now at the program activities for 2024, but also maybe a little bit based on my experience in Kosovo, where I was before, I always felt we are running a little bit short perhaps on the element of youth, which I do believe is very important for conflict prevention, but also for social cohesion. So I took away now that we should probably introduce youth mainstreaming and youth markers in the programmatic work of the organization. So I do believe that this, intertwined history of the mission, the High Commissioner of National Minority, and actually North Macedonia is a huge success when you look back and see where the country was 30 years ago and where it is today, where it is actually chairing this very organization. A last word, when I look at Southeast Europe, then we also see that not in all areas it has gone in the right direction. So I do believe there's a lot of work that still needs to be done where we all can engage proactively. So more is needed, and I can take away immediately these recommendations that were published today and also operationalize them. So Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. So I take one question, and so we will have to close up because we have the much attended speech of our Secretary General and also the concluding remarks of the High Commissioner. I leave it to Edin to see who was the first. Yes, please.
It's me, right? Yeah. Good afternoon. My name is Viviana Kalayajan, and I'm here on behalf of the Embassy of the Republic of Armenia in The Hague. Thank you for giving me the floor, and I'm very sorry for doing this, but I have to react to the last question of the previous panel. Although I did not...
Sorry, I have to maybe intervene. So I would really ask to stick to the agenda of our event, but of course I can't prohibit you from speaking.
Yeah, I wanted to react to it during the last panel, but the moderator asked us to wait, so I waited. So I would appreciate if you let me finish. I promise to be very short. So, although I did not exactly understand what the question really was, I guess the whole statement was for the propaganda and social media purposes, but I'm really sorry that this platform was time and again abused by Azerbaijan. This narrative of the so-called West Azerbaijan has been introduced to the political discourse by their leadership following the war of aggression of 2020 against Nagorno-Karabakh and is used as a ground for continued aggression against the sovereign territory of the Republic of Armenia. For those who don't know, the so-called West Azerbaijan pertains to the whole territory of Armenia. And this sudden humanism and human rights dimension that Azerbaijan attaches to this narrative raises the very question as to why they ethnically cleansed more than 100,000 of Armenian population of Nagorno-Karabakh. Well, I guess this is their signature, to play the victim while being the aggressor, and this would be it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your intervention. Okay, I see one last comment then, and then we round up. Yes.
Thank you very much. This will be just a comment, not a question. My name is Krzysztof Drzewicki. I was a former legal advisor in the office, and I largely worked on participation by minorities in public life. So I'm very happy that the second part of the participation, namely in social and economic right, was finally implemented by drawing up and endorsing this set of 31 recommendations. However, we got them today, and I only could look through text of them, and in addition to congratulations, accept also a few points of criticism. One point is that I'm afraid questions of social and economic life of the period of transfer to market rules in Eastern and Central Europe were rather overlooked here. It looks like a nice text from Development and Human Rights Agency, but not from those who know which were the problems in connection with privatization, with moves towards market economy in rural areas where usually minorities do live. So this is one point. Second point is that you have overlooked also an area from which we can learn a lot, namely from the area which is covered by one of the International Labour Organization conventions, namely the one on tripartite consultations, where a lot of problems locally, regionally and nationally are well resolved, namely government, workers and employers can do a lot also for situations concerning minorities. Thank you very much. I see that there is no time, but I think that we should, at such a meeting, do not forget a beautiful statement of the Charter of Paris and Copenhagen conference. The questions relating to national minorities can only be satisfactorily resolved in a democratic political framework based on the rule of law with a functioning independent judiciary, which one of the speakers just forgot before our session.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I have to close our discussion now. So I suggest that whatever other issues we have, so to discuss them over the cocktail that we will have at a later stage. In the meantime, of course, the document is a living document, and we will be looking at other areas as we go forward. So I wanted to thank the... you would like to answer? Okay, I can't close the panel, so so there are still. I suggest that we have to really round up because so we are running out of time. So thank you very much, distinguished panelists. So I do hope that we will find an opportunity to go further with our discussions. And I now give back the floor and the microphone to our director.
Distinguished guests, so it is a great pleasure for me to welcome with us Her Excellency Helga Maria Schmid, OEC Secretary General. So it is great honor to have you with us today, and we are waiting for your remarks. Thank you so much. Please, the floor is yours.
Dear Kairat, dear predecessors of Kairat, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a real privilege for me to be here today. I'm so sorry I couldn't join you in the morning because of other commitments. I sent an online message already, but I would not have wanted to miss this opportunity to mark the 30th anniversary of the establishment of the Office of the High Commissioner on National Minorities together with you and in person. Now, it was very nice of the previous moderator to refer to my much attended speech. I have to say I'm not sure if I will share anything you don't know already. And I was listening, had the privilege now to listen into the last panel, which I thought was really very substantive and interesting. But what I wanted to do is just to share some concrete examples also from my point of view, the point of view of the Secretary-General Secretariat, to show and to highlight really how much over the past 30 years, the High Commissioner on National Minorities, Kairat, and all your predecessors have built so very strong working relationships with the Secretariat, but also the field missions. It's also good to see that some of our heads of missions are here, but also with the host authorities and civil society. I've worked in the European Union for a long time, and I very much cherish and appreciate the work done by the European Union and the delegations. But the added value of the collective work we do in a true whole of the OC approach, and particularly also in strong collaboration with civil society and also the host countries, gives it so much ownership, very, very strong ownership. This is really also my lesson learned from my past 3 years. And I know, of course, Kairat, your work is very much behind closed doors, it's discreet, but the outcomes are really, really visible, and there is a lot of positive outcomes. So as a member of the OSCE-wide network of early warning focal points, you have helped to share information on potential conflicts, but also on how the OSCE should respond at the earliest possible stage. And I think this has helped a lot, particularly when it comes to tensions involving national minorities in the OSCE region. So just maybe also a number of, or some very concrete examples from my point of view. And for example, in Eastern Europe and Central Asia, and I've seen it for my own when I was visiting our missions there, your work has been fully integrated into the mandates of our field missions. for example, with embedded staff from HCMN in Moldova or in Kyrgyzstan. And we have heard Ambassador Rogov, and I also wanted to make a comment, is that because what this has allowed us to do is to promote the rights of national minorities there, particularly in the areas of tolerance, of non-discrimination, but rule of law, but also capacity building. I think this is a very important issue. And I couldn't agree more also listening now to Ambassador Rogov, because I think there is indeed a need also to focus more on climate change. I consider really the risks of climate change as one of the existential threats of our century, and I think this is a common wisdom by now. And we have worked a lot also in the past years on the intersection of gender, climate, because climate change affects everyone, but women are disproportionately affected, both as victims, but there is a lot of good work we do also to empower them as agents of change. But I agree with you, I think more needs to be done also to look at the specific aspects when it comes to national minorities. I think this is a very good suggestion. Southeastern Europe, I think this is the region with the longest continuous OSCE field presence, where our joint efforts we have been doing certainly have helped to improve political opportunities for national minorities, but also have been very favorable to more social cohesion. And I was listening to Ambassador Val, who is here. Indeed, our mission in Skopje and HCNM together have helped a lot with inter-ethnic integration, particularly when it comes to education. There is the Building New Bridges initiative that supports schools, municipalities, and civil society organizations. And what it does is to bring together children of different backgrounds and languages through joint extracurricular activities. I think this is one really of the very good examples of the work we have been doing together. Albania, where our presence has worked with the High Commissioner to assess but also analyze secondary legislation and supported the drafting of Albania's new strategy and associated action plan for national minorities. And maybe another important example is Bosnia and Herzegovina, where the High Commissioner's expertise has complemented the mission's work to develop the Brčko District Law on National Minorities that was adopted in 2020. And this legislation is crucial because it has helped national minorities to participate in legal and executive bodies. It's about empowering them. It's about allowing them to exercise their rights to participate in their respective bodies. And this has made it possible also for the Brčko District National Minority Council that was established last year. I think this is another good example of work done together. I was listening to Brankica also in the previous panel, who mentioned the Roma issue and particularly also the women Roma issue. And again, I think here this is a very important strand of work we actually do together. So there are a lot more examples, but just to say, I think we can truly say that over the past 3 decades, and this is paying tribute to you, Kairat, and to all your predecessors, what we have done is we have helped to improve access of national minorities to education. We have helped strengthen their political representation, and by doing so enabled also more effective participation in social and economic life. And again, this is at the very heart of conflict prevention, because conflict prevention indeed is so much better and so much more important than conflict resolution, as we heard. So, strengthening the resilience of our societies and delivering change where and for whom it matters most helps us to address some of the most persistent contributors to conflict. And as I said at the outset, this work has been important over the years, and it remains probably even more important so today. National minorities still face political, social, and economic disadvantages, and these disadvantages can fuel tensions within societies. So this is why we must continue to seek to address these disadvantages and improve the lives and livelihoods of national minorities, as a component of our comprehensive approach to security. I think we're very proud as the OSCE family because of the comprehensive approach to security. And I'm always telling you, it comes from the OSCE, so you adopted it later on. But this is really a core element of it. And I can assure you, Kyra, that for the OSCE Secretariat, in line with our mandate, we will remain committed to working with you, but also with the other OSCE institutions to help our participating states address these ongoing challenges. And I wanted to refer to another issue, and I think, Kyra, you have mentioned it before, and this is the work you have been doing together with our gender issues program, namely the joint study on the intersection of gender equality and national minorities. And I'm not sure how much you have shared. Let me just say, because for me this has been a very important part of the work we have been doing together, because this research, and it's always good to work on facts and on research, and this research really highlighted the grim reality that gender equality is exacerbated by minority status, that it results in more limited access to information, education, but also the labor market. So minority women are also disproportionately affected by conflict, but, and this is the sad reality, they remain underrepresented in conflict resolution and peace-building processes. I mean, women in general remain underrepresented despite all the lip service we pay to Resolution 1325, but it's a particular issue for minority women. And I think this is very, very important. And now, how do we address this? I think by promoting gender inclusive, but also evidence-based policies that really take into account the intersectionality and multiple forms of discrimination against minority women. And we were just exchanging, Kyra, I think indeed more work needs to be done to link this research now and the results and how we take it forward, also to link it more to your conflict prevention mandate. The OSCE is very much engaged in addressing other risks national minorities face, in particular their more limited access to social services, as we have heard, education, and the legal system. And this is another point I would like to highlight, is this can also increase their vulnerability to trafficking. We have done research. Our Office of the OSCE Special Representative and Coordinator for Combating Trafficking in Human Beings, together with ODIHR. It will be published later this year. But what I can say already now, that it has found that national minorities remain overrepresented among victims of human trafficking, and their cases often go undetected due to their more limited participation in social and economic life. So this report will offer important policy recommendations to strengthen responses to trafficking in persons belonging to national minorities, and this will also then complement your recommendations for the effective participation of national minorities in social and economic life, which we have had the opportunity to learn more about. I could go on, but I don't want to be too long. Just to say, addressing these challenges requires a whole of the OSCE approach, as well as sustained political will. But I think that this anniversary, but also all of your participation here today, contribute to this work, but also the attention it so rightfully deserves, even if your work is discrete by definition. So in concluding, just let me do what I did already in my online remarks. Just thank you really wholeheartedly for the outstanding work done, Kyra, by you, but it's also a team effort by your whole team, but of course also by your predecessors. With some of you, I had the privilege to work together in a previous capacity. So big thank you, because what you have done is you have contributed so much to foster social cohesion and thus prevent conflict. You only see the conflicts that arise. You never see the successful results when it comes to conflict prevention or mediation. So this is the nature of it all. But I think we all know it here in the room. So big thank you to you, because the work you have done is a service to us all. So thank you so much.
Dear Secretary General, thank you for your remarks and thank you for being with us today. Now we approach the conclusion of this anniversary event. I want now to invite High Commissioner Kairat Abrakhmanov to deliver his closing remarks.
I am going to do it with distinct order and pleasure. Honorable Secretary General, dear Helga, dear High Commissioners, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, I'm really very much impressed by your presence here. Thank you very much for your patience, for your perseverance, for your commitments, dedication to our common mandate. Well, we had very full and eventful day today, marking the 30th anniversary of the office of the High Commissioner. We managed to bring together former High Commissioners on the stage and took a reflective look at the past. We reviewed the advances made in our work and acknowledged the challenges facing us ahead. We tried to harvest the collective wisdom of former High Commissioners so they can guide the future work of the institution. Taking this opportunity, I want to once again thank all of you, my dear colleagues, High Commissioners, for your service, dedication to this mandate, for sharing your perspectives with our guests. My thanks also going to those panelists, distinguished experts. You must know how much they are demanded, how much their service and their participation in various forums around the globe demanded and highly appreciated. But in spite of their very busy and hectic schedule, they are today with us, and I hope that you all enjoyed their excellent presentations. And today, as you say, we proudly presented the latest addition to the collection of the High Commissioner's recommendations and guidelines. It was about effective participation on of national minorities in social and economic life. Well, it represents and it is a result of quite a work and labor. It brings some fruits today on table of our labor in the past 3 years, and I want to thank everyone who was involved in researching, drafting, editing, publishing, this document for their hard work. Hope that this kind of document, so in particular these recommendations, like the previous 9 sets of guidelines and recommendations of my office, will provide guidance to the authorities of our participating states, to all democratically elected governments, parliaments, and other branches of power, and how to ensure inclusion of everyone in social and economic life. So, how we say in our UN language, support me, no one is left behind. As a result of today's discussions, we heard from the former High Commissioners, experts, practitioners, representatives of participating states, ambassadors, who shared their good examples, best practices, their perspectives on managing diversity and designing inclusive policies for all. And at least I took carefully so many notes from what was presented, and thankful to those of you who identified, in fact, practical lessons learned, and those who identified trends to be mindful of in coming decades. We have greatly benefited from your experiences, insightful analysis, and forward-looking ideas. I appreciate really your active engagement and keen interest and strong support to my mandate, to the OEC, to our organization in general. I am also glad that all participants, those who wished, used this chance and took the floor. At least by exchange of views, opinions, we provided this distinguished audience, which is probably some of you not so much aware of, and cognizant of vibes of the Hofburg, of Neurosal, or some other, or Warsaw human dimension conferences, or formally HDMs. So this is it's our organization. This is how sometimes not like-minded countries acting. So that's why, in order to give some kind of advice, recommendation to my friends, brothers and sisters from Armenia and Azerbaijan, and this is, I'm saying wholeheartedly, because sometimes some people asking me not to use anymore the word notions of brotherhood or others, but I will continue insisting on using it, and we have real unity. Every day I approach my office by Ronald Reagan, Mikhail Gorbachev lawn, correct? It's short enough, but it's really accumulated and quite a diversity of Den Haag saturated in this quite relatively short street. So my dream will be, and this is my message again to my Armenian and Azeri friends, why not to one day to have the same land, the same street, for example, Aliyev Pashinyan Street or land, and we will be more than happy to be part of such a ceremony. So, disclaimer before Den Haag municipality, intellectual rights belong to me, so because I am announcing from this high podium. But if to be also in the same line, I am thankful to Den Haag and the Hague municipality, to mayor of the city. We are going to present a sort of a gift on behalf of OEC HCNM to the city of Den Haag in the form of a bench which we are going to place at Haagse Bos, at, as I understand, Royal Park. He's not so far from His Majesty's residence. So, and this ceremony, I hope, will take place next month, and at least the diplomatic corps, our fans from the diplomatic corps of the Netherlands will be invited to that event. And again, you inspired yet another time us, my team, to work further. I mentioned to you about a sort of new set, we're thinking of new set of recommendations, guidelines, or policy making, so you advise to the governments on mainstreaming gender. On other side, youth also on our radar, as well as climate change, which was today was presented quite visible and vividly. So, and for this, for all these inspirations, we are thankful to all of you. Concluding my remarks, I want to thank my dedicated team behind the Office of the High Commissioner. I am grateful to the director of my office, Ambassador Marek Szczygieł, the Master of Ceremonies, for ensuring the smooth running of our event, heads of two sections of my office performed before you perfectly, brilliantly. So it was Irina Vlastyuk and Zahid Mavlazada, and my senior legal advisor, Elżbieta Kuzborska-Pacha, I thank them for expertly directing the discussions on the three panels. I want to extend a special thanks to Yelena Nikolic, my associated policy support officer. I wonder if she survived. Please, may I ask you to just to show up? So, Elena and some other members of my team, of my office, and advisors, project officers, administrative personnel, been behind the success of our events. Some of them still observing it from the behind the window. Technical assistance was provided. I thank you all for your dedication, tireless efforts in putting together all the events this year to mark the 30th anniversary of the Office of the High Commission on National Minorities established here in Princess-Gracht. It would not have been possible without hard work and commitment to excellence of my team of distinguished experts, panelists, our deep appreciation to all for your cooperation, support for all initiatives coming from my office, from the Office of High Commissioner for the last 30 years. I thank you all for coming to our home in The Hague. For those who traveled, wish safe journey back to your respective destinations. A special thanks, obviously, going also for those who stayed online, enjoying all this event since early morning of today. As we agreed, much more ahead of us. So, but now I am even more inspired that mission is possible. By joint efforts, we will be able to reach out our common endeavors. I wish you best of success in all your undertakings, much personal happiness. Please stay safe, healthy, and dear Master of Ceremony, may I invite all to enjoy some, it was announced as a cocktail reception, right? So cocktail reception. But meanwhile, may I invite Honorable Secretary General Helge Schmidt and High Commissioners to the floor for family photo. Thank you so much.
Sorry.